It is a short docket today.
Shortened cases, that doesn't mean it.
Yeah, don't jinx
Yes.
this, please.
We had we had quorum, right? There's a there's more coming, right?
Yes, it should be.
Yes, as I'm aware, everyone but Luis Padilla can make it today.
It's a drive in. It's kind of cold getting here to the meeting.
Yeah, we can't complain about the AC or the heat in the space.
Let's see, we're still waiting on a couple commissioners and Sarah to join us. There's Commissioner Enders. There's Commissioner Beasley. Still waiting on Sarah to join us.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning. Get your camera on? Yep.
Yeah, I do.
All right.
Trying to scare y'all off.
I don't agree with that.
This is Alec Gustafson. I'm running the meeting from the 10th floor. I'm just turning on all the screens. You may have to bear with me while I set everything up.
Do you need a minute there, Alec, or you good?
Yeah, I'm getting the last computer set up, and then we'll be good to go. I'll let you know when we're ready.
Okay.
I just use the usually.
Oh, if you join as a panelist, I think our folks should be able to get.
Oh.
Hasek just said he's updating Zoom, but he's trying to join.
Okay. Sarah Baxter's joining us in person on the 10th floor. So we're just waiting on Alec when he gets everything ready so we can start.
All right, couple, we're ready to start.
All right, perfect. So, all right, good morning and welcome to the February 19th, 2025 City Planning Commission meeting. Certainly glad we can have this virtual option to hold our meeting today. It was certainly cold shoveling the snow off the driveway this morning, I'll tell you that. The commissioners look forward to hearing your case. As we understand, every project is important and unique. In addition, we want to make sure we address all of the docketed items individually with the attention they need to build consensus between the applicant, public, and city staff. Our meeting will follow the advertised docket, and we will hear the cases in the order they are listed, beginning with the consent agenda, followed by regular docketed items. The commissioners believe we can reach consensus by being brief yet heard. Because our meeting today is virtual and recorded, we have time limits for the cases we hear, which is 5 minutes for staff presentations, plus any questions by the commissioners, 20 minutes for the applicant. Then once we move to public comment, we will call on those who have raised their hand using the Zoom feature. So please be ready to go with your camera on and your screen name correctly displayed. Public comments are limited to 2 minutes when speaking as an individual, or up to 5 minutes when representing a community association or larger group. In all cases, please be brief and limit repetitive comments. So as we get started, I ask staff to provide additional ground rules and instructions as we conduct this meeting to ensure that we have minimal disruption and maximum clarity. So Sarah, can you remind us of those, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll describe the testimony procedures for our meeting today. For everyone joining us online, there are 2 categories of people participating in the Zoom meeting: attendees and panelists. Right now, the only panelists are the commission members and city staff. If you are an applicant or a member of the public who is interested in speaking on a case, please use the raise hand function when the case is announced to let staff know that you would like to speak. There is a ribbon at the bottom of your Zoom screen with a hand icon. Please click on this to raise your hand to request a promotion to panelist. You will need to accept the promotion in order to speak. It may appear temporarily as if you have been disconnected, but don't panic, you will reconnect shortly. If you are joining us via the app on a smartphone or computer, please change your screen name to reflect your legal name. If you are calling in on a phone number, your screen name will appear as your phone number, and you can still raise your hand to provide testimony when the case is announced by pressing star followed by the number 9. Please keep your microphone on mute until you are called upon, and when you are called upon, you will be able to share your screen to display any exhibits. Please remember that your microphone needs to always be on mute unless you're giving testimony at the appropriate time. You will be given 2 minutes to testify if you represent a single interest, such as yourself, or 5 minutes if you represent an organization, such as a neighborhood association, HOA, CID, or business association. The chat box is only for questions about the agenda, and the merits of each case should not be discussed in the chat box. And those are, if anyone appearing in person on the 10th floor, Alec will assist them when a case is called. And I don't think we have anyone in the room except for Alec and Sarah at the moment. Those are all of our procedures for today, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, great. Thank you. Let's begin with the consent agenda items then.
We have 2 items on the consent agenda this morning. Docket item C1 is case CD CPC 2024-183, a request to approve an MPD final plan for phase 1 of the Swope Health Village campus on about 11.05 acres generally located at 5908 Swope Parkway. And docket item C2 is case CD CPC 2025-2, a request to approve a project plan in District B4-5 on about 1 acre generally located at the northeast corner of West Armour Boulevard and Broadway Boulevard, allowing for the expansion of an existing school.
Okay, any questions from the commissioners regarding docket items C1 or C2? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item C1 or C2, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon.
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then, and I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowley, move to approve docket items C1 and C2. Second.
So I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket items C1 and C2. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hassick,
Aye.
Lynch,
Aye.
Okay, looks like the motion passes in 6-0. All right, with that, let's go to our regular agenda items, beginning with those items that are looking to be continued to for a later date.
Mr. Chair, our continuances today begin with item number 5, case CD SUP 2025-1, a request to approve the addition of a swimming pool to the Tony Aguirre Community Center on about 4.6 acres, located approximately 300 feet north of the intersection of West 21st Street and West Penway Avenue. Staff requests continuance without fee to March 5th. Docket item number 6 is case CDCPC 2024-193, a request to approve a major amendment to a previously approved plan in District UR on about 13.41 acres generally located at 241 East Linwood Boulevard between Costco and Home Depot. Staff requests continuance without fee to March 5th. Docket item number 7 is case CD SUP 2024-48, a request to approve a special use permit for motor vehicle repair on the subject site on about 0.5 acres generally located at 3840 Warwick Boulevard. Staff requests continuance without fee to March 19th. And docket item number 8, case CD CPC 2024-178, a request to approve a rezoning from AGR and B3-3 to B3-3 in order for the zoning designation to reflect existing conditions on about 1.9 acres generally located at 9200 Northwest 119th Terrace. Staff requests continuance without fee to March 5th.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commissioners regarding continuance of docket items 5, 6, 7, or 8? All right, seeing none, let's open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding the continuance of docket items 5, 6, 7, or 8, please raise your hand and you'll using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, so we'll close public testimony then, and I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowell, I move to continue docket items 5, 6, 7, and 8 as stated in the docket. Second.
I've got a motion and a second for approval of continuance docket items 6, 7, and 8, or 5, 6, 7, and 8. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hassick,
Aye.
Lynch.
Aye.
All right, looks like those docket items have been continued to the dates listed on the agenda. So let's go back to docket item number 1 then.
Docket item number 1 is case CD CPC 2024-41, a request to approve a rezoning from R6 and M3-5 to MPD to permit a demolition debris landfill on about 9.5 acres generally located at 3808 East 78th Street. Anna Naniski is the planner on this case. If you are the applicant or a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand in order to be promoted to panelist. I'm going to promote David Holzel and Phil Clavoon. Apologies if I mispronounced that.
Sarah, just checking, we have a quorum on this case, but I believe those that are with us commissioners here today are the ones on the quorum.
That's correct.
Okay.
I believe you have the applicant now promoted to panelist.
Phil.
Okay, everyone's connected?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. And my full screen is sharing?
Yes, it
Great.
is.
Thank you. Okay. So I'm going to go over all the contents of this case again. This is case CD CPC 2024-41, and the applicant is seeking approval of a rezoning with an associated master plan development plan to abate zoning violations and permit a demolition debris landfill to operate on the subject site. So the property is located in the southeastern portion of Kansas City, Missouri. It is near Swope Park. This is a close-up of the subject site. The entrance is off of the 75th Terrace location, but as you can see by the frying pan, Little Dipper shaped lot, it extends down towards 78th Street. This is a close-up of just the main portion of the land, not the handle entrance, showing the existing site. I have the zoning glares turned on, so you can see the mixture of zoning districts that currently exist on the site. There's M1-5, M3-5, and R6. So from reminder of the case history, because this has been going on for quite a while, there's been a dismissed conditional use permit, which is the old word for special use permit. There's been an appeal case, which was denied by the BZA, and then a separate rezoning case for the whole site to be rezoned to an M district that was continued off docket and then not pursued. And then this case is also at a higher level court. The last time the CPC heard this MPD case, you guys continued it so that the applicant could resolve outstanding corrections. But just for you guys to be aware at this moment that not all of the corrections were resolved in the time that this case was continued. So again, some more background history on the case as the close-up of the R6 zone portion of the land, and you can see where the industrial use occurred back in 2006. Also, for a side note, that even in the M3 and the M1 zoning districts, for this use to have been cited here, it would have required a special use permit, which has never been required, and it is prohibited in the R6 portion of the property. And then a look of the site from 2016. We've got the aerial map and some photos from the Zoning and Development Code compliance staff, which shows the use to continue to expand onto portions of the property without proper permissions. And then the case, the site in 2024, again, full operation, fully expanded to all, quadrants of the property. This is some more images that were received, that were taken from the inspection staff, where we see lots of abandoned and junked shipping containers, tires, other different types of materials. So lots of regular landfill items within this demolition debris landfill. Another look of the site of some of the rock and equipment to process those items, as well as some machinery associated with the rock crushing. More piles of concrete, asphalt, more demolition debris appears to be in this pile. More looks of the rock. Another portion of the image which shows more of the junked vehicles. More mountains of rock. The machines associated with that crushing. A junked boat. Now to remind everyone about some differences in the definitions in the zoning development code and why this is considered a demolition debris landfill. So per the code, a demolition debris landfill is a facility or a site for the disposal of demolition waste. This can include construction materials, other used building materials, brush, wood, soil, rock, concrete, etc. Why it's not a recycling service is because that is specifically for a building or an area which is used for recyclable materials, but is collected, stored, processed for making new materials. And there's two different categories for this recycling service, just depending on the intensity of that use. That is usually associated with newspapers, aluminum cans, glass, other types of typical recyclable materials that you would collect at a home or a restaurant, etc. This is more clarity on what recyclable materials means. This is from the solid waste department. So again, that shows paper, those carton boxes for juice and milk, soda cans, other types of household plastics, rock, concrete, and abandoned vehicles are not included in this. So this reaffirms that the correct definition per the zoning and development code is that demolition debris landfill. And to talk more intertwined about the different zoning districts on the site. So since about 1997, which is the oldest zoning map that I could find for the area, this site has been zoned R1 B, which is now labeled R6, or the M2B, which is the M3-5, since that time. And there's been no prior attempts to obtain the CLNU if the use did in fact exist before 1997. So back in 2010 is when the BZA dismissed that conditional use permit to permit the rock crushing business. It was continued several times because the applicant needed to submit sealed site plans, and there was lots of fees associated with that. However, the case was ultimately dismissed because it was determined that it needed to be approved by the city council, and records do not indicate that that process was ever complete. So more looks at the land compared to the 1997 zoning map, which shows that the R zoning district has been there. And then some more key points about the case is that the demolition debris landfill has clearly expanded onto the R6. The industrial uses are not permitted in the R6, regardless of whether or not it's on the R6 zoned portion of the property or not. A special use permit would still have been required, is still required for the M zoned areas. Several re-inspections have occurred, which shows the continued use of the rock, trash, and junk vehicles on the site, even though the property owner, has been aware of the zoning violations for an extended period of time. The BZA denied the appeal to upholding city staff's decision to issue those zoning violations back in April 2022. As I mentioned, there's a higher court case associated with this case. And in 2023 is when the MPD discussions with city staff started to occur with the property owner and the legal representative, which brings us to today. So this is the prior version of the map that was shown at the last CPC hearing. And then this is the version 4, which was submitted for this public hearing. There are 4 additional machine trailers on the site, and it looks like one of the rock piles was removed from the site to make room for a retention pond. Now I'm going to go over some approval criteria associated with development plans that showcases city staff's continued recommendation. So first being compliance with the zoning and development code and other ordinances or policies. We loop area plans into this analysis. So no, it's not compliant with the zoning and development code at this time. You can find more details about the plan analysis section of the staff report. The determination by the long-range planners associated with the area plan and the KC Spirit Playbook also identify that this is not in compliance with those documents as well. That has to do a lot with the R6 zoning district and the future land use not aligning with the existing use. So why does the R6 zoning designation exist? And that is because there's that stream, we believe, and the open space buffer to protect those areas, which are specifically designated to prevent development on those types of sensitive lands. So, oopsies, went too fast. So this is a look at where the flood zone is and that stream buffer, which is again city staff's interpretation of why there's that chunk of R6 zoning district surrounded by the M. Review criteria E, which addresses adequate utilities being connected to the site. So the plan does need to provide for more adequate utility information. We can see that request in condition 13.4 and 13.5. This is something that was requested to be revised for this hearing, and the reviewer from the Water Services Department did fail the review when they reviewed this new submittal. So more information needs to be provided so we can ensure the adequacy of those documents. And there are also public facilities in the area that have been damaged by the rock crushing and the demolition debris dumping on the site. So we have a condition to address that. That's condition 35. And then the last review criteria for the development plan talks about adequate landscaping or buffers to protect adjacent properties from undesirable views, noises, etc., other negative externalities. So the MPD package does identify existing tree cover to be preserved and a fence. However, city staff believes that an expanded buffer should be developed, and that is to protect the development potential of those other properties, since this is such an intense industrial use. And we can see from the staff report packet that 13.3 was not resolved, and that's the correction / condition that addresses adding that buffer. As we can see, there is a potential for some severe unsightly views or negative externalities that could occur on the site. Now I'm going into the MPD criteria, because you may be wondering why the MPD rezoning development plan was the appropriate avenue. So because we do acknowledge that the development plan is not, consistent with adopted land uses, adopted land use plans, excuse me. But the MPD plan is being used as a tool to understand exactly what's happening on the site and condition the property so we understand its use and its maintenance, long term to abate these zoning violations, versus an open and ended higher intensity M rezoning, which would not allow us to condition the development plan. There are 4 categories that we consider when we're identifying a property or a project for MPD rezoning and plan. These are the 4, and none of these categories are met by this proposal. Again, it's because we're gaining the benefits of certain conditions through the MPD plan. Here are more specific objectives that are associated with an MPD plan. Again, it doesn't meet any of them except for possibly one, which it could be a possible alignment, but city staff at this time is unfamiliar with market demands for demolition debris landfills. And review criteria 3 for the MPD plan talks about the conditions associated with the case. And as I mentioned, this is an attempt for city to protect their assets and protect the surrounding properties from this intense industrial use. We have added 4 additional conditions to help city staff get to an approval with conditions placed. But of course, that was if there were no longer outstanding corrections, which there are. And this is a reminder that more conditions can be added to the case, as projects evolved, more information is provided, etc. Those 2 new conditions that I want to go to in a little bit detail is 21 and 22. The 21 The main issue that we're addressing there is how if there's an unpermitted use or unpermitted business, then that tells us that there could be no business license. Through my research, I did not find a business license attached to the property, which means that there has been some taxation issues on the property for over 10 years. And this condition is going to document these concerns and then provide a path for getting that there and potentially, paying back fees if applicable. Then condition 22 addresses the concerns about the contents of the landfill. As we've seen in lots of photos, that there has been some regular landfill contents in the demolition debris landfill. And we want to make sure that is completely cleaned up and doesn't slip into that situation in the future once the MPD, if it is approved. And for transparency purposes, after the CPC continued this request, I emailed the legal representative and outlined, where they could find all of the corrections that needed to be made, adding some more specifics about the plat, and offering a meeting to talk about those outstanding corrections so we could get exactly what we needed. Yes, revised plans were submitted. They did not contain everything that was requested. The plat was submitted to myself on the 13th at around 3:45 p.m., which did not give us enough time to review everything to issue the staff report for this hearing. Thus, since we did not have all of the corrections resolved, the staff recommendation is still denial. 2 out of the 7 corrections were resolved, and I will make note that if this gets recommended out of this body, there are 2 small edits that do need to occur. Condition 23, there's a typo on my part where it says 88-104, it should be 140. And then an edit to condition 22 where it talks about the shipping containers. I want to make that clear that that does not include identified containers on the subject plans for the machine trailers. We're trying to prevent the abandonment or the junked shipping containers that we saw previously in the photos from being in the contents of the demolition debris landfill. That concludes my staff presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Just real quick, I think I had a question. So the MPD was the best path forward for this particular applicant on this project. It's just unfortunately at this point in time, they haven't met the requirements of the MPD. Is that correct? What I hear?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Any questions from the commissioners to city staff? Okay. Thank you, Anna. Let's go ahead and welcome the applicant then. Who are representing the applicant here?
Mr. Chairman, Phil Cavoon, attorney, Kansas City, Missouri, for the applicant. And also we have on the call here, Mr. David Hosel, who's representing the applicant. This property is in his family, has been for a long time.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, Mr. Chairman, that was quite a widespread presentation. I believe a lot of what was said, we went into at the hearing on December 18. We worked hard to comply with the requests of the city staff in terms of the plans on the MPD district. We initially asked for a rezoning to the M3.5. The city staff suggested, well, it might be more acceptable for there to be an MPD district, a plan district, where the city would have more control. And so our response was, well, we're going to try and do everything we can to get the city staff's recommendation. And if that will work, we will do that. We worked very hard on 12 pages of plans. Let me just say, as we emphasized at the last, and David can also comment on this. We understand that the site needs to be cleaned up. David's father, Frank Hosel, and this is his business, has he's elderly now. We're hoping he can come back and be able to work more, but we recognize that this property does need to be cleaned up. That's why we're going through the MPD process. That's why we spent all the time and effort on, almost 12 pages of plans. What we were concentrating on was meeting the staff's recommendations. Let me just say, just very quickly, the R6 zoning in this industrial area is an aberration. It always has been. We believe the city keeps referring this to as a demolition debris landfill. We contend, and that's why it's in court. That's why the judge has not ruled against us or for the city. He's holding it open, saying that to give us a chance to try to get the MPD district approved. We believe it comes within the definition of a limited recycling center. And that's because we recycle crushed rock. Since our last hearing on December 18, we provided 30 truckloads of our crushed rock to the city so that that crushed rock is being used, and David Hosel, correct me if I'm wrong, it's being used to replace the roadbed on Holmes Street in Kansas City. 30 truckloads of our crushed rock. So there's definitely truckloads. There's definitely a need for this type of service and these products to be available in the Kansas City area. Having said that, the Swope area plan does say this is for light industry, okay? I can imagine there are a whole lot of more intense industrial uses than crushing rock, and it does say that. The business has been there for years, about 30 years. Let me just, and we covered all those situations. If the judge didn't think we possibly had a case, he ruled against us. I submit a long time ago that this is really a limited recycling center and meets the definition of a recycling center where products are temporarily stored, collected, or manually separated for reuse. That's exactly what we do with the concrete on this site. Oh, so as far as there were just a minimal number of things that we had to do. The main thing was, and we have gone through the expense and the work of having a preliminary plat prepared. We did file it on February 13. That was the soonest that it could be done. There was surveying involved. They had to run a drone over across the property, get the topos. They had to put all the easements, all the title work had to be done with the title companies and so on. The plat was filed, preliminary plat on February 13. It was certified by Patrick Ward of Olson, who is a colleague. Olson Engineering is a colleague of David Hosel's. That has been filed. There were just 3 or 4 things and we filed timely on February 4, revised plans. One thing that was asked for was we add on the site the exception to 88-424, the ordinances, that the site plan, that there will not be trees removed at all. And in fact, we're going to put trees. In our revised plan, we put a landscape buffer. There's a very small tract that is by an R zoning district. We put a 65-foot buffer, which was requested by the city. We did not put a buffer on the other side where there's about a quarter mile of trees that are along that property line. The city apparently took exception to that, so we added and revised the plan again, which we sent to the city staff on Friday, that would add a 65-foot buffer where the trees of about a quarter mile exist already on the other side, and that's fine, and we would do that. Our original plan that we filed, the modified plan that we filed February 4, did show stormwater detention basin and a conveyance across the site to a slurry where the property would go, where the water would go into this adjoining stream. And we showed that both on the utility plan and on the landscape plan. Don't know what more is needed, but we're certainly, whatever detail is needed on that, we will do. I did send the revised plan to Mr. Caspar, to Luke, with the Water Services Department. So we've added the buffers. There is a stormwater detention that we've provided, and on the expanded area for stormwater detention. Bear in mind, this is the property is impervious anyway. It's ground. The water generally is soaked up on the property, and we've not had any problems that we're aware of with runoff on the property. So then the city added, after we filed this February 4, the city has added some new conditions. On the business license, every business has to have a license. We certainly will comply with that. If there's any back filings that need to be done, we're certainly willing to do. This is new to us, something else to be added, along with the other 48 conditions that were put in, which is fine. We've agreed that it will only have rock, concrete, or asphalt. That's really primarily what's all the recycled material is. We agreed and that there will not be storage of junk vehicles. We're going to clean the site up. We're going to take the trailers off of the driveway and put them around where the equipment storage building is. We have placed a note restriction on the building height as requested. And so those are really the only other things. And we felt like that we had addressed all those issues. They asked for a note to be taken off of one of the plans, which we did. That note was that we removed, and we did that in the amended filing. Took the note off the bottom of one of the sheet that the building runoff was directed to impervious surfaces. So we took that note off, and have put the detention basin on. So we feel like that everything that was raised, we have addressed. If there's anything more to be addressed, if the city needs more time to look at the plat, if the city needs more time to, what more detail they want on the stormwater detention basin, we're willing to provide all that. But it took a lot of work to get the preliminary plat done. We went to a lot of trouble, a lot of expense. David, you can go into it. And if you have anything to add, please do.
Yeah, good morning, Commissioners. I would just add, I'm not going to prolong this too much. I would add that Phil's basically told you the facts. We intend to clean this site up. That is why we are going through all this work. There has been a change in my father's health, and I'm going to be continuing this effort. You're not dealing with the same guy. I understand there's history, and I certainly can't defend many of the things in that history. I can tell you that I can move forward, and I explained that in our last meeting. Regarding the plat is complete. It was submitted. And yes, there was a lot to do to that. I know at the last meeting, you guys asked me how much time I needed, and I thought we had enough time. But just like the weather today, we had some issues to deal with. We got through those. We dealt with all the old information from the 1900s that had to be combined for this, including the sewer that has been in contention in this case for a long time. We have requested a meeting with the water department to try to work through that and haven't gotten a response. But we anticipate working with them to get through this. We understand the junk on the site and it needs to go. And I absolutely 100% agree. I live in Kansas City. I wouldn't want a junk pile in my backyard, and I don't intend to have one for somebody else's. So I would add those pieces and then offer that I can answer questions if you have any.
Okay. So I think we probably have a few questions on this one. What's the timing to remove all the junk?
We'll, I don't know, a year. It's going to take some time. There's some junk there, and some of the photos demonstrate that very clearly. So that stuff needs to go. And if we had that much time, that's probably what it would take. But we need to be able to do that. And we want to crush rock. We want to get the rock off of the pile so that at the time that we can work out the details with the water department, we have already purchased a significant dollars pile of pipe and manholes and done investigation work on that. Most of it to no avail because we feel like the sewer is not located in the easement that the city has because we've excavated those areas and we're unable to locate it. So we feel like it was built off easement and that we're going to have to work through what that looks like to reconstruct it. So sorry to answer your question with a lot more information you probably wanted to know, but the fact is we probably need about a year to get it all cleaned up.
So it's moving forward, though, you're going to continue with the concrete and asphalt recycling. You're going to allow other contractors to bring the material here, then what, you crush it and then send it back out as a product to somebody else?
Yeah, and our anticipation is that we crush more than we bring in. Historically, we've had some other stuff like dirt and stuff come in, which we need to be able to cover. For example, the buffer that is being requested, those areas need to be covered with soil to have grass and trees growing on. And we have that soil now we have that on site to distribute. So yes, we will need to have new material coming in, but our anticipation is that more will go out. Our focus is the crushing and the reduction of the site.
Will access to the site always be from 75th Terrace or from 78th Street?
75th always. It will never be from 78. 78 is residential.
And I can't remember, maybe somebody from Public Works can help, with the new flyover into the Swope industrial area. Is there any part of 75th Street that's going to be abandoned because of that flyover, or that still be paved road that will be there up to the levee in that area?
I can speak to that if you'd like.
Go ahead.
So 78th Street was redirected with the flyover. The existing 78th Street was left in place, except the railroad crossing was abandoned by removing the pavement on both sides of the railroad right away. That pavement was removed and type 1 markers were put up to block off the road from either direction. As part of the plan, the city, I think, abandoned the right-of-way for portions of that to the owners who had property on both the north and south side of 75th Street.
Okay. All right. And so your intent is at some point with the access off of 75th, you're going to put crushed gravel in there or crushed asphalt as your access road, or is that going to remain dirt?
Okay, so the access road currently is 75th Street, and when it turns onto our property is compacted crushed aggregate from a railroad bed. That was formerly a railroad right away for an old railroad that doesn't exist any longer.
Okay. On your crushing activities, is there a maximum height you're going to have for your crushed rock and asphalt, or is it however high it can be? Because I look at the one here in North Kansas City, and it's pretty tall mountain out there.
I know what you're talking about. Drove by that yesterday. So that we will not stack that high, A, and B, as we reduce the elevation of everything is going to come down. Those elevations are shown on our plan. Currently it's about,
Admittedly, it's really hard to tell on the plan. I mean, the colors just kind of blend in. It's kind of hard to tell.
okay, so I can
grading.
I can give you that if I can give you that information. So currently the shop elevation is 820 feet. Let's use that as a reference. There's currently stuff probably at 850 feet elevation. So there's about a 30-foot pile there now above that elevation. We want to bring it down to the 820. We want the whole site to be in the neighborhood of 820 with grading towards drainage at 810 feet.
Okay. And then, like you said, the grading itself, you're going to regrade the site so that it drains towards the proposed detention pond?
Correct. And then the outlet structure, engineered outlet structure for flow as the storm flows permit.
Okay. Yeah, and I know you'll work with staff on that to get that figured out. I think that's some of the questions I have for now. I'll let the rest of the commissioners ask any.
Thank you.
Commissioner Arkin, anything? Commissioner Enders?
I wouldn't mind hearing from Anna about, just since the applicant thinks that all the corrections have been resolved in a satisfactory manner, and you'd mentioned that only two had been resolved. I wouldn't mind hearing again Anna's thoughts on the remaining corrections. Excuse me.
Yep. So as I mentioned, the revised plans that were submitted for this public hearing, those revised plans only resulted in 2 out of the 7 outstanding corrections being satisfied. And then the day the staff report was published is when I received the plat, which is one of those 5 outstanding corrections. So city staff did not have enough time to, yes, we received it, but I have not had a chance to adequately review it. That would have resulted, in bringing something new to the table for this hearing, especially since the staff report was already published. And then yesterday afternoon around 4:45, I received an additional batch of documents, which, according to Phil's testimony, is going to address some of those other outstanding 4 corrections. But the Water Services Department also has not had the opportunity to look at those documents or coordinate a meeting with them to explain exactly what needed to be improved with those utility plans to get their correction resolved.
Thanks for the clarification. And then, sorry, Sean. And then for the applicant, do you have any pictures or progress in terms of the cleanup? So unrelated to the plat, but just the cleanup of the site.
I do not. I apologize, but and the weather's been impactful for that work to proceed, but we are working towards that. That's all I can do is tell.
So question actually, I guess for the applicant and then also Anna, it sounds as though there's a new information. Is it the new information addressing all of the comments from staff, or are there still outstanding ones outside of that?
We believe so. I know that there were a couple new conditions. We tried to make sure we met those as well with that resubmission following her document coming out to us for the public meeting. So there was a couple new conditions. We had a discussion with her last week and tried to make sure we incorporated those as well. There's still I think there's one sticking point probably between us, but I think it's more something we can work through. And that's related to the building height restriction. She's asking for a 40-foot building height restriction. Currently, the M35 has a 60-foot building height restriction. And while I don't think I'll build anything 60 feet tall, I hate to give up ground from existing zoning that we have as part of this. So we just need to work through that piece from my standpoint. Other than that, we've requested a meeting with water some time ago, not just last week, to go over the sewer line issue. We haven't received a response to that or reply. And so we want to work towards that as part of this, but at the same time would want to meet with them regarding any outstanding issues they might have with the water detention facilities shown on the plan currently.
So Anna, what is a reasonable amount of time at this point with everything that has been submitted for this staff to review and anyone that needs to review, as well as kind of resolving what seems like the one, having a little bit of back and forth there? Is that a month? Do we have an idea?
And that's a hard, question to exactly answer because I don't know if all of the outstanding corrections were resolved in that newest submittal. However, I do know that the code gives city staff, I believe, 5 days to review resubmittals. So city staff would need at least 5 days before a staff report publication to do that work. So then we could publish that updated staff report and give the CPC an adequate amount of time to review it.
Thank you. Chair Crowell, to me, it sounds, the way I'm leaning at this point is continuing it till that is reviewed, because it seems like there's stuff that staff hasn't even reviewed yet.
Okay. All right. Anybody else got questions for the applicant?
I have a question for water services.
Okay.
To me, I'm hearing one of the main issues is dealing with the sewer stuff and the fact that the applicant has said how long they've been trying to work with water to even find it. Do we have any kind of update from water dealing with that issue?
Yes, this is Travis Kiefer with KC Water, and there's been information passed back and forth. We did have some of our survey staff go back as far as 2018 to do some identification, and that's when it was determined there were anywhere from 5 to 40 feet of fill over the sewer out there in locations. And so part of this is the relocation of the sanitary sewer as it runs underneath the demolition landfill area out to the perimeter of the landfill area. So that information must be shown on the preliminary plat as far as where that relocation will occur.
So just to follow up on what I thought I understood you to say, Travis, is one, we have finally located where the sewer is, but two, it's under a pile of debris. So that line will need to be moved?
That's correct. Yeah, they've identified portions of it, basically both ends of it, and then there's portions in the middle that have up to 30 to 40 feet of fill over them. And so part of this, there's a condition in there about relocating the sanitary sewer. And as with any preliminary plat that comes through, the proposed utilities have to be shown on that preliminary plat. So with a preliminary plat, they would show where that sanitary sewer would be relocated to. And then as part of a final plat process, they would have to secure the permits to actually construct and submit plans for review first, but then to permit and then secure the construction of that sanitary sewer in that new location.
Kobe, help me out on what I'm hearing, because my mind is going to the fact that they've got to work with that pile of stuff to get to it, or can they cut it off and reroute it? What are some of the options? Because I'm thinking that sounds awful expensive.
I'll let Travis answer that.
Yeah, you would basically cut and cap both ends of that, and then you would run a new line over to the existing interceptor that's running roughly north and south there.
Mr. Hoser, I thought I saw you trying to raise your hand.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Mr. Kiefer is correct in the fact that we have worked together, and I'll say the water department, my father, have worked together to try to locate a sewer that was built in the early 1900s. The city tried to identify the location. We dug down trying to find it and got to solid rock and never found the sewer. And knowing the sewer was built when it was, we understand that most likely they pushed it out around a hill. I'm just going to say around a hill where it was easier to get the thing installed. The plat does show the sewer easement that the sewer is supposed to be located in. My dad has for a long time committed to relocating it and installing new pipe, which he has already purchased and has in inventory, to relocate that line once the city can identify where it really is, because it doesn't appear to be where they have. I mean, they've spent significant time as well trying to identify where the sewer is. We know where a manhole is off just on the property line. We know where it goes from there in direction. We know about how many feet it goes, and it just hasn't been able to be located through that process. And we're 100% willing to work through that process. That we're not fighting that at all. And the investment was several $100,000 for the material to do that. So it's not just talk. We've actually put our money out there with that material to be able to make those changes. So I would tell you that as we can plan for that, and we want to plan for that. Currently, we don't know there's anything wrong with that sewer other than they can't get to it. And we want to fix that. That's in our plan to fix that. And so making the realignment, we have the materials to do that. It would take it into an area that is take less excavation. And part of this, as we remove that material and get it off site, will allow that to happen. We would ask that there be time to get that done as part of this plan. I mean, it's not something we can do immediately because of the situation, with the grades like they are. So we have full intention of reclaiming that, though.
So Travis, what is left for you to work with him on doing that? Because it sounds like that you have located it. Now it's just a matter of setting down and planning on how to cap it and rerun it.
They need to show it. Well, those specific things would be in the construction plans. What we need to show is that they are going to run that basically from the known location, kind of over in the northwest corner of the site. And it looks like the best run is kind of along that northern boundary to tie back in to the existing interceptor over on the east side of the site. So that has to be shown on the preliminary plat, whatever is serving as the preliminary plat, whether it's the MPD or a separate preliminary plat. But that has to be shown as part of it, because that is going to be a requirement that relocation be done before Casey Water would ever consider approving a plan over there.
So currently what they submitted is not showing that. Is that what I'm hearing?
Where it's not being shown. That is correct.
Okay.
Well, wait, the preliminary plat does show the easement. Now you say you've located.
We're not talking about an easement. We're not talking about an easement. You're talking about what is currently in place. I am talking about the relocation and where that new sewer is going to be in place.
Well, which would be, you're required, you'd have to find where the existing manholes are and the existing line is.
On both ends.
Yeah.
You know enough on both ends to know what needs to be, where it needs to be stopped and where it's going to be started. There's no sense in going out and trying to dig in the middle of something that's going to be abandoned anyway. That's ridiculous.
We can show that it's going to be a guess, because even the city's locator service came out and we dug the trench. Mr. Hosel bought a special machine and it was not able to be located. But and in our response for the plan, we've stated, if the line can be located, if you can give us, this is where it is, then we will do it.
I don't think it's a matter if it can be, it needs to be relocated. I think it's what the comment is. And you guys we don't need to work on an argument where it's located at this point in time. You guys can do that outside of this meeting. We just know it needs to be relocated. I had a question for Anna. Is this MPD, is it serving as a preliminary plat, or is that going to be a separate document altogether?
We didn't receive the preliminary plat until, very recently. So
Okay,
it
so
could, if we got an adequate document.
so this could serve as preliminary plat. This MPD could be that, correct? Or is it a separate application that they put in and separate document?
Yes, the preliminary plat could be associated with this project, with this case.
I guess what I'm getting at is if we approve this today, it's for the rezoning. If you want to have a preliminary plat, is that going to be a total separate submittal that we could act upon that at a future date? Or would we need to continue this because it is also serving as a preliminary plat?
The materials that you have right now do not include the preliminary plat. So you would just be approving the rezoning and they'd have to come through separately with the plat. However, if you continued it, then the plat could be attached to this case and approve them all in one.
Okay, yeah, and I guess from my standpoint, because there's other items out there, if you just did them total separate, they could move forward with other items that they've got to clean up with the rezoning while the plat's coming through. That's just my thought. Okay, any other questions from commissioners to the applicant?
Sorry, one more question for Anna, related, and sorry, I don't know the answer to this. So condition number 5, when it says the MPD plan is approved for 5 years, does that mean that they have 5 years to execute what's laid out in it, and then after 5 years they cannot? And so that timeline was just, is that a pretty standard timeline, or what's the thinking there?
That is a standard condition that is associated with the specific use standards for a demolition debris landfill. And I believe the intent of those is so that the site eventually is not being used as a demolition debris landfill, that we understand that materials are coming in and going out and not just building over time. So it'd be approved for 5 years unless they requested an extension or a renewal through the same process.
So in essence, it acts somewhat similar to a time limited special use permit. Okay, so it's not simply just allowing them to get the work done and completed by that time.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I'm still having a little issue here because I don't think in my opinion, I don't think it's a landfill either. They're not bringing material in and it stays like a typical landfill. It's more of recycling where they're bringing material in, crushing it to get the rebar or any other debris out of the concrete itself or asphalt, and then they're reselling it as a different product. It sounds like a recycling type of facility to me rather than a demolition facility. Can we talk
Kobe,
about that?
I agree in the sense that I think that I think staff is interpreting the code correctly, but I agree that it could be updated because the actual use is different. That said, I just don't want to mislead with agreeing with you there that I still think this application is problematic on a number of fronts, but I agree that it feels more like something different than a landfill.
Okay. All right. Any other questions from the commission to the applicant this time?
No, I just want to thank him because I know that he's dealing with several things, including his father's health. So I appreciate the work he's put in trying to accommodate some of our requests of him.
Yeah. Yep. Thank you. So at this time, let's go ahead and open it up again for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 1, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon.
We do have one hand raised for the Marlboro Community Coalition. They're being promoted to panelist.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Diane Hirschberger. I'm the executive director of the Marlboro Community Coalition. our neighborhood president that this site is adjacent to and located in, and has tracked this for many years, 5 or 6 years, unfortunately passed away on December 24th. And so I am standing in, be picking up the comments on this, that we remain concerned that on several things, that this is not a light industrial use, and that the difference between being a landfill and what it will be, it is not what it is. And so our real concern is, even with an MPD, where will the enforcement be? I know it's really hard for the city at this point to keep up with enforcement, and whether it stays the way it is, or they are true to their word in the future. We just are really concerned that there's not a capacity to follow through and hold them to what they've said. Also, the one question I would have, either for Travis or in general, it was the comment about a slurry going from the detention into an adjacent creek or stream. And is there pre-treatment required of that, or some kind of other a way to do, I mean, a slurry can be as thick as pudding, or it could be light particulates, but how does that environmentally impact going into the Blue River? The last thing I'll say is that I understand that weather is bad and life is rough for a whole lot of people, but not having it made demonstrable efforts to even begin removing cars. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
There are no other hands raised online.
Okay. So at this time, is there anybody in the chambers there besides Sarah and Alec? Nope, doesn't look like it. Okay, we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. So I guess back to the applicant, there's a few questions that were brought up from the public testimony there. Do you mind addressing those, please?
Yeah, I don't know about the question about the slurry. I mean, our intent, we wouldn't have any slurry coming off the property that I know of. So I don't know how that was stated.
I was grasping at the word, and I may not have gotten it, but it's the drainage from the stormwater detention, David.
Yeah, that would be an engineered storm structure with outflows engineered to accommodate the surface that's on site.
Yeah, it seems like the whole site would not have much vegetation on it because of its nature. So the question, in my opinion, is how you're going to maintain the erosion and any of the debris washing off and into the stormwater detention to make sure it doesn't flow then into the Blue River.
Yeah, and that will be an engineered storm structure. I mean, we're talking about a pervious surface. The whole thing is going to be gravel. So it's going to drain through, and it currently drains through in that same manner. And so we'll have an engineered storm structure that meets the requirements for MDOR, and we'll go from there.
Are you going to have any kind of erosion measures, protection measures that are kind of permanent, whether they're a green solution or hard solution?
Yeah, I'm certain we will. We're not that far into this demonstrated this plan yet, but certainly that will be part of the final plan to accommodate those. You know, some of the areas that we're adding around the boundary as the buffer zone is being called. You know, that will all be soil surface with grass and trees and that. So we anticipate making it better by doing those steps.
Okay.
Could I address one thing that was commented on? The plat has been submitted to the city. It was submitted last week. So there is a plat. It has not been reviewed. And I would say that if there needs to be review time, then maybe that's a direction that you all know how to take steps towards. But the plat has been submitted.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else from the applicant this time?
Well, we do have Judge Round, who is hasn't ruled whether it's a recycling center that doesn't require a permit and is legal where it is, or he hasn't ruled. He's been having a conference with Miss Baxter and I practically every Friday to update the status, and just for his own schedule and so on. If whatever happens, if the case is continued, if it could be to the soonest docket that would be possible, just for Judge Round's sake. If it's to be continued, maybe it doesn't need to, but if it is.
I would add then that we need to consider the comments. We need to be able to have time to address the comments before it gets before you guys again. We don't want to go through this iteration after iteration of them providing a comment with a refusal when we could address them and try to get that bridge crossed. So I would add that to this, and have you another comment?
Yeah. Okay. All right. Anything else? So at this time, we're going to close all testimony and speak amongst the commissioners, and probably will need to weigh in with some staff members here a little bit. First question I have is for the commissioners, just kind of a feel for where you're at on this particular project. Because I think that would depend, or, then that kind of answers a question about the plat, whether it becomes a part of this or it's separate from this particular rezoning.
Yeah, excuse me. I'm under no illusion that this is, going to be a single family home site anytime in the near future. I do think that in terms of, 30,000 foot view, a rock crushing site makes sense here, well run. Right now, I'm supportive of the staff's recommendation, however, of denial. I would need to see, certainly the staff needs sufficient time to review everything. And I would like to see progress made towards cleaning up the site. For the applicant, the way that this commission, I feel, typically makes its determination, we prefer to see a strong degree of collaboration with staff. And we have a lot of faith in staff and feel as though when staff feels comfortable that the applicant's making progress towards a goal, it's a lot easier for them to recommend approval, and it's easier for us to recommend approval. This is, asking for us to look past the history of the site based upon a unique ownership situation, which is pretty difficult to do without that degree of collaboration with staff. So right now I'm supportive of denial. I think long-term, this probably is, a reasonable location for this to occur. And I think that the designation of debris landfill is probably not accurate, but I understand that's what we're stuck with. So, I'd be supportive of any creative solution that gets us to the right spot in the end.
I'll just
go ahead, Matt.
As I say, I'm just going to echo Commissioner Ender's statement there. I'm in full agreement.
Go ahead, Sean. You going to say something?
Yeah. So I guess my question is, if we recommend for denial per staff recommendation, it goes through. When they go to reapply, because technically you guys have not reviewed the new information that shows the plat, they can still apply for a plat, but they cannot apply for the zoning change for a certain time period, correct?
That's
Yeah,
correct.
so this
Go ahead.
goes to the city council after this recommendation and review. The preliminary, plat documents are not currently attached to this document. They could apply for the plat. However, if the city council denies the rezoning, then there is a time limitation for when they could apply for a new rezoning.
What is that? I always forget what the duration is.
I should just look. My gut said 3 or 4 years, but I should.
I think it's 1 year, but I'm also looking. Sarah.
Sure. I believe it's 1 year. I'll double check that, but
I was really wrong.
So just playing this if that's how it goes, if we deny it, council denies it, they can still apply for plat. And then while they're fixing up the site and all that, then let's say it is a year, right? They can then reapply for the zoning change. Does anyone, other commissioners, what are your thoughts on that? I'm kind of leaning that direction.
So my concern is from what we've been presented, the method that we can go now also gives us the ability to keep them in compliance with code violations, if I'm following that correctly. Our issue is timing and getting things in on time to allow for staff to review things. That's the one thing that I heard with the son stepping up into the leadership position now. I do realize that there is a pending decision from the judge. I don't know how that really affects what we're doing because we're trying to get them compliant on several different levels. I really don't want to throw the baby out with the dishwater. We've already started working on something. They've been working with us. And if we are in sight of being able to come to agreements on getting some things done, I would prefer that we continue down that path. The other thing that, Kobe, I'm trying to factor in, your comment was if we did the rezoning, they could continue to do the business side of the crushing. But if we don't, they can't continue that business?
I'm looking at the rezoning to the MPD that then takes care of the issue they have with the judge, that they can get that kind of piece ironed out. They can start working on some of these conditions that have to be addressed, that will need to be done regardless of the plat. But then, so they can get all that underway as the plat's being reviewed and moving through the system. That was my thought. If we continue and wait and put the two together, which in a lot of ways that makes sense as well, it's just kind of kicking this piece down the road another month or two.
As opposed to we've been trying to get something done since 2010.
Yeah, so you're going to say, what's another couple months?
Yes.
I mean, at a minimum, I think we need to give staff time to review everything that was submitted.
Right.
But I also feel like we have a tool with the condition number 5 with the 5-year term. That could be reduced substantially. And that would, if it's going to take a year to remove junk and clean up the site, well, we could amend that to 1 year, and that would provide some extra teeth, I guess, to the approval.
Yeah, I don't think a year is long enough for that. There's a lot of stuff on that site. I'm looking at the aerial view of that. I mean,
that was going to be my question, Kobe. Like, how long is this really going to take? Is this even going to matter if it's kick the can down the road a year?
Well, the applicant had mentioned at one point, I believe David mentioned that he figured about 2.5 years to clean up that site. Is earlier in the case he had mentioned that. Is that accurate, David?
Yes, sir. And we'll make an effort right away. It won't be something we'll put off.
So as of now, I think it's best practice. We need to continue to allow staff time to review things. I feel a lot more comfortable doing that separately, and then we can have a better sense of what conditions need to remain, what corrections need to remain, what can be pulled from the approval, and then I would look to staff to provide a recommendation informed by conversations with the applicant as to what the duration on that MPD can be, so that we can limit it. Less than 5 years, as I think it's an appropriate time to do so, but we can try to make it realistic if it's 2 or 3.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with that. And, Tyler, I totally understand and agree with the statement you made earlier. I just think at this point in time with this project, I'm in favor of the project to move forward I'm not in favor of the denial is what I'm getting at. But I think there's a mechanism in place so we can get this to a point where everybody's in agreement to move it forward, so they can do what they need to do to clean up the site and be in compliance.
Okay, Chair Crowell, I move to
1 second.
well,
We need to figure out how
okay.
much time we need.
Yeah.
So we're looking for Anna for that and Sarah to let us know what's a reasonable amount of time, and of course the applicant.
Continue it to March 5th would give city staff the 5 days it needs to review the case and then update the staff report for publication for that March 5th meeting. That would be the bare minimum. And that would not allow, let's say hypothetically, there are still outstanding corrections after that version 5 review. That would not allow for the applicant times to address that. Again, we don't know if there will be or not at this point. So then that's where we're starting looking at a longer time frame, like the 19th or the 2nd of April to allow for all scenarios potentially to occur. Like if we need another meeting or if there's a version 6, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, I don't think March 5th is sufficient time for you to review, have the applicant address any comments that you may have before it comes back to this. Plus, I think there's probably another advertisement, I'm guessing, Sarah, that needs to take place. So at minimum, it would be the 19th of March. I don't know how you feel about that, Mr. Holzel or
I would need to know the submission date for that 19th meeting because that's what hinges everything.
So what date would that be, Anna? If you're looking at the 19th, then everything has to be in by the 12th?
We would prefer the 10th,
Okay.
March 10th. So then we can, no, actually I lied. The 19th is the meeting date.
Yes.
So yeah, so we're looking at March 5th for the resubmittal deadline. And that gives staff the days to review and then for the staff report to be revised and published.
Is that sufficient time?
Sounds like April 2nd.
There you go. Because if there's, we're going to get their comments in 5 days. We're going to have to meet, talk about those most likely, make the changes, resubmit, and need 5 more days prior to the submission date. So to me, I think you're right, Ms. Beasley, that it would need to be pushed to the next.
Okay. If we do that, and then I think, another item may look at that time is start putting a plan together on the cleanup of your site so you can demonstrate that that's underway, whether you're already starting that work or kind of what a time frame it's going to take to get that done.
Right.
Okay.
We would request that to be with fee because we will have to re-advertise.
So let me back up to Anna. So he would need to get stuff into you by the 19th to be ready for the 2nd? Or he would need to get it in the 17th of March?
After this round of reviews from what they've submitted to me last night, if there's another resubmittal that's required, that would be due on March 19th.
Okay, well, Kobe's asked him to give a schedule of cleanup, so he would need to get that to you by the 19th.
At the bare minimum for the April 2nd CPC hearing, yes.
Yes, okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Enders, you're up.
All right, Chair Crowell, I move to continue docket item 1 with fee to April 2nd to allow the applicant and staff time to work together on a plan to clean up the site, try to find something that's agreeable for a crushing operation to continue at this site, but accommodating staff's intended conditions
as well as working on the preliminary plat.
and working on the preliminary plat.
Second.
So we got a motion and a second for continuance of docket item number 1 to April 2nd with fee, requesting the applicant perform some work prior to then, including the plat and a plan for removal of items on the site. So Margaret, can you take roll call on the motion, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hassick,
Aye.
Lynch.
Aye.
Okay, looks like the motion passes for continuance to April 2nd. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank you.
everyone. Thank you very much.
Let's move on to docket item number 2, please.
Docket item number 2 is case CD SUP 2024-54, a request to approve a special use permit for a multi-unit house in the R2.5 zoning district on about 0.14 acres, generally located at 1641 Summit Street. Anna Naniski is the planner on this case. If you are the applicant or a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand to be promoted to panelist. We have a lot of hands raised, so if you'll give me a minute to get everyone taken care of here.
16. I guess who's actually speaking on behalf of the applicant?
We have Grace Broder from Kim's Studio. Are you the?
Yep, I'll be speaking on behalf of the applicant, along with the applicant is here as well, Graham Zusi, and Brad Satterwhite from our office is also in attendance.
Okay. All right.
Sorry, still working through this list.
Yeah, it seems like you might have some, is there like public testimony folks on this one or is everybody as part of the applicant?
No, this is public testimony.
Okay.
Just a reminder that if you want to speak on this case, you do have to accept the promotion.
Anna, do you want to go ahead as she's working on all those folks?
Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
desires of the CPC. No worries at all. Okay, so this is docket item 2, case CD SUP 2024-54, and as previously stated, this is the applicant seeking approval of a special use permit to permit a multi-unit house containing 6 units on the subject site. So the property is located in the West Side neighborhood of Kansas City, Missouri. And this is a close-up of the subject site along Summit Street. It is roughly 200 feet north of like the main commercial node of that West Side area. So the two properties that will be combined where the proposed multi-unit home is located is highlighted there in yellow. And then from Google Street View, this is roughly a look at the vacant lots where the proposed structure will occupy. This is a look of the site plan provided by the applicant, the multi-unit house, occupying the parcels. There's going to be an internal parking garage with a few spaces in the back towards the alley. That is where the vehicular access is coming from, off the eastern alley. And then these are some elevations provided by the applicant. As you can see, the multi-unit house and then the multi-unit house in context with some of the other surrounding buildings. Now, to get into some of the content and definitions for this project. So as I mentioned, we're considering a multi-unit house per the development code. This is a building containing 3 to 8 dwelling units on one lot. The multi-unit house should appear to be a large detached house, which means only having one entrance visible from the street. There are some specific use standards associated with a multi-unit house, and it's specifically saying that it needs to follow the lot and building standards of 1110. That says in further detail that the architecture then of a multi-unit house shall be designed in context with and reflect the predominant characteristics of the other residential buildings within 500 feet of the exterior property lines, which we're also taking to interpret on that block face of the multi-unit house. And this is in regard to scale, roof pitch, building material, ingress and egress, and fenestration. So this is a visual representation of the infill context area. So this isn't the full 500 feet as I previously mentioned, but some of the buildings adjacent to the proposed building, this was provided by the applicant to show some of those contextual elements as it regards to designing this house. So we've got a flat or a very short pitched roof, which we can see in some of the buildings. The proposed multi-unit house has a flat roof. We also have painted wood siding on several of the building, and this building is proposed to be, I believe, an unpainted wood siding. Of course, the design team can go into more details during their presentation, as well as it having a more modern design. And some of these elements, including like the modern architecture and the flat or very short pitch roof, can also be seen outside of this context area. So in terms of deeming this a multi-unit house, the code tells us that means it's designed similarly to some of the other buildings, which I just went into, and it only has one entrance from the front, which those things have been met. So we continue to identify this as a multi-unit house, but to also address that there are lots of modern architecture in the west side. So looking at this from a multi-unit house perspective does not necessarily mean that it has to look like a stereotypical home, especially when there are examples of lots of other modern architecture in the area. These are just 2 examples that I pulled from Google Street View. One of them, commonly known to me and my colleagues at UMKC when we were in urban planning school, was the Design Ranch. So it was constructed as a single family home, but then used as an office space for a considerable amount of time, and then I believe put back on the market back as a detached dwelling unit. So things can come of all shapes and sizes despite the use within the structure, as well as some other examples of modern architecture in the area. To further address my points about like multi-unit house and its design and its context for this proposed project, I have some examples outside of the west side on the screen. 2 examples that are definitely appear to be more apartment complex in nature. We've got the 6-plex proposal from Chicago and this 9-unit apartment complex over in South Hyde Park, which give off more traditional apartment complex aesthetics than the multi-unit house does. And then here are 2 other examples of modern architecture multi-unit buildings, one from Canada and one from Korea, where it does still have this very like boxy nature, but these are also technically multi-unit houses. So now I've gone into those design elements. I'm going to go into the review criteria associated with a special use permit. I'm going to talk about 3 that support city staff's recommendation. So A addresses compliance with the zoning and development code. We also take this opportunity to address compliance with the KC Spirit Playbook, which is the Kansas City Comprehensive Plan, and any area plans. So with variances, the proposed project will comply with the zoning and development code. I'll go a little bit more into that later. And from a long range perspective, the KC Spirit Playbook, some key components involve creating diverse housing options and housing density, as addressed in the Greater Downtown Area Plan, which incorporating this multi-unit house of 6 units into this type of neighborhood supports those 2 components. And the staff report also talks about the potential of, which not a requirement, but the potential design change in decreasing the height of some of the windows and adding brick could further blend in with the existing neighborhood buildings. Again, however, not required. That was just recommended by the long range planner, that the existing proposal does demonstrate that it has contextual elements from the area. So quickly to go over the variances that would create the compliance with the zoning and development code. It's the minimum lot area per unit. Outdoor lighting, which is the spillover onto the right-of-way and the adjacent R-zoned properties. At the time that the staff report was published, it was, still kind of pending with the applicant if they were going to proceed forward with requesting a variance or redesign the plans. So that will be addressed through the Board of Zoning Adjustment. Same with the proposed accessory structure, which is the trash enclosure that you can see that I'm hovering over my mouse. Again, pending the review for the BZA staff report, if this is going to be relocated or if they're going to be seeking a variance, and I'm sure the design team will address that as well. Review criteria B talks about if the proposed project is in the interest of public convenience, if it will not have a significant adverse impact on the neighborhood or community. And as I noted with the KC Spirit Playbook and the downtown area plan, that mixed housing types within any residential neighborhood from a planning perspective, we consider that to be a benefit to the general public and will not have an adverse impact on the community for mixed housing types to be integrated together. And review criteria C, which talks about the compatibility of the proposed project in terms of site planning, building scale, design, etc. So as I mentioned, there are specific standards for a multi-unit house that they need to be designed to complement the surrounding area. This specifically is called out for scale, roof pitch, material design, and ingress and egress. So the scale is complementary to the building to the south. The roof pitched, as I addressed, is similar to those in the area. The material is, and the ingress and egress with the vehicular drives being off the alley, all complements existing conditions. And I reference back to this graphic produced by the applicant team as well to add to that conversation. Thus, city staff, we recommend approval subject to conditions. This would go before the Board of Zoning Adjustment next week. Condition 10, which addresses very, very minor corrections that need to be made before BZA review, will occur before that staff report is published. And I did receive 4 letters of support after the CPC staff report was published. So those are going to be attached to the BZA staff report. Just for transparency purposes, I wanted to acknowledge that. So that concludes my staff presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from commissioners to city staff? Just can you answer what's on each side of where this unit's proposed?
Yeah, directly to the south, there is what was historically a 6-unit building with 1 entrance to the front that has been renovated into a detached dwelling unit. And then there's also a detached dwelling unit to the north.
Okay, what about across the street?
And then across the street, I believe, are other detached dwelling units, but I can
Single
verify.
family?
Correct.
There's okay. All right. Any questions from the commission? All right, let's welcome the applicant then. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you all for your time. I'm going to share my screen if that's okay to share a presentation.
Okay.
All right, can you all see this? Okay. A lot of
Can
what
we make
we
sure? Sorry, I just want to make sure we're sharing our stream as well.
Can you all see the screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. Well, thank you, Anna, for that report. I think we're going to try to not repeat too much of what she said. As she described the project, the program is 6 units in a multi-unit house. The proposal does include private parking for that the residents of that home. It would be 6 interior garage stalls and 3 exterior stalls that you saw in that driveway off the alleyway. And some small kind of amenities within the garage, a weightlifting room, as well as just a dog run or dog relief area. We've been in the cycle 2.5 as the staff report states. So we have submitted documents early or late December. And then we hosted a neighborhood meeting earlier this month on the 2nd. To just address a little bit of the context of the site. As Anna mentioned, it's in the West Side neighborhood along Summit Street. There's a public alleyway that's shared between both Summit and Jefferson. Immediately to the south are current single family homes. There's 2 vacant lots, and then the next single family home cluster. On the same block at the extreme north end is a condo complex. On the extreme south end is a commercial intersection node. And then across the street, there are single family homes, and then kind of catty cornered are 2 fourplex rental homes. So this image was created to show the proposal in context, partly from feedback from the neighborhood as well as city staff. As Anna mentioned, this is that 6-unit home that was converted into a single family dwelling with an addition of a penthouse in the last decade. They have fenced in a yard, so there is a 25-foot lot between that building and our proposed project. There are 2 more vacant lots. One of those is fenced in and associated with the house to the north. And then you can see at the very extreme end of the block, the 3-story condo complex. These are images we've collected from specifically our block on Summit Street. So some of these are the same images that Anna had shared previously. But we just do want to note we are very sensitive to both the historic and modern nature of the neighborhood and think that both of these can draw upon the architecture of our proposal. We've really been paying attention to kind of floor to floor heights being a little bit taller than typical, allowing for taller fenestration and proportions that are a through line through both the modern and the historic buildings. This is a front view image of the project. As you can see, the entryway is emphasized. Essentially, there's 2 rows of shotgun units per floor. So that's 2 units per floor for 3 floors that make the 6. Knowing that these are 2 25-foot lots that are being combined into 1 50-foot lot, we still wanted to utilize the architecture to emphasize kind of the smaller breakdown of scale. So 2 smaller bars with that kind of middle central space being recessed. We're also very cognizant of how we address the street, and we'll share some current conditions in a few slides. But it was really important to the applicant to give back to the neighborhood something that could be of a benefit. And so the thought is to have a pocket park that is accessible and expands some of the public usable space from the tight sidewalk that occurs. On the northern side here, in the left of this image, we're showing a continuation of the strong fence line that occurs along the sidewalk. And then, as Anna mentioned, one of the items that we will be seeking a variance for is having a permanent location that's screened for 4 trash cans. 2 would be recycling and 2 would be waste. Those could be screened. We see this as a benefit for the neighborhood. And so we've proposed this because we think it's great to have a place for these to live rather than them kind of being potentially to hang out on the sidewalk or pushed through week to week. But we can also redesign this to be attached to the building or in the rear if that is the preferred method. You can also see in this image just the proportions of the windows that we're trying to harken back to some of those kind of taller proportions and really emphasizing even the directionality of that cedar wood siding. So that would be an unfinished cedar siding. It's a high quality material that would be in a rain screen application just to enhance its longevity. And Anna had already shared this in her staff presentation, but this is a snip from our application, and we just have added that building, our proposed building in context. And as noted, there are kind of historic sixplex right next door. Here you can see how those vacant lots situate themselves. So the proposal does not share a property line with an existing single family dwelling currently, but could in the future. This is a diagram we created for our 50-foot lot, just understanding we're complying with all of the infill development requirements regarding setbacks, front and rear. Actually, on this last image, I forgot to mention that front setback is a range per the infill development requirements. And so you can kind of see this is our 200-foot context area as required. And so that's where we've set the range, and we've set our building closer to the front of that range. And then you can see the minimum rear setback per the zoning standards is 30 feet. And you can see our building aligns with more of the buildings to the south that hug the back of that lot. We also have 5-foot setbacks to the north and the south. And then we are shifting beyond the setback for that public park. And you can also see in this diagram just the extrusion of those 2 bars and their assessed central space. We were kind of curious in the last week what had been here historically, just kind of wondering about the nature of the neighborhood. And so we researched a Sanborn map at the library. We found a map from the 1909 to 1938 volume, and we've highlighted our site here in blue. As you can see, there was a multi-unit building there with eerily similar proportions of footprint. It's also kind of evident, you can see the pink are brick structures and the yellow are wood structures on this map. This on the right side is the bigger ground of the neighborhood today. So as you can see, again, our building situating itself within those kind of current swath of vacant parcels. This is a diagram and photographs we took earlier this fall of the site. So this is the current condition of a pedestrian walking along the sidewalk. And then this is a front view of the site. As you see it today, you can kind of see that fenced in yard that we were talking about at this brick column here. And so our property would begin beyond that. You can also see in this diagram, there is a really strong fence line, particularly along these kind of existing residential uses. And we wanted to both respectfully kind of continue that as we could, and then break it away meaningfully for that, that kind of pocket park relief area. These are some images that we created prior to our neighborhood meeting and shared, just showing some of the sun studies, the effect of the building in the worst case condition on really the winter solstice day of shadow at noon, and how it would impact the building to the north, and then in the summer where those shadows would be at noon. We're also showing just kind of the overall height of the building. We're complying with the infill standards, which allows for 3 stories measured from the curb. We've taken it from the center kind of the average of the curb. It is a site that slopes both to the north and then, as we'll get to later, pretty significantly to the east. You can see the sixplex in scale, the single family home in scale just to the south, and then the penthouse elevation, which is similar to our proposed parapet elevation. This is a landscape plan showing really the pervious and impervious area of the site. All of the areas indicated are white, are impervious. We do have on-site detention system that's collecting all of that as required before it is slowly trickles into the combined sewer in the alleyway. You can also see in this plan just a large shade tree in that pocket park and a bench, as well as kind of gravel paving. This elevation kind of demonstrates that slope I was talking about from Summit Street. So if you look on the south elevation, Summit Street is on the left, and then the alleyway is on the east. There's about a 16-foot drop from one extent to the other, and that's where we've buried this garage that's accessed off of the alleyway. So you can see the east elevation presents itself as a garage with the 3-story apartments above. This is just a zoom in of some of the proposed streetscape improvements we've already talked through. One addition is we've put in an application request for an accessible permanent stall to Public Works on Summit Street. This would be public and open to anyone, but would also have a curb ramp in that sidewalk. So that sidewalk would be improved that you saw in those images, and then would also have an accessible curb ramp associated with it. This is a plan of the lowest level, showing our 6 indoor stalls and then 3 outdoor stalls. For 6 units, that's a ratio of 1.5 spaces per unit. I would note that the zoning does not require any parking for 8 or less units, but the owner would prefer to provide these both for the impact on the neighborhood as well as the convenience of the future residents. Also, we'd mentioned that detention system, that it lives in the parking lot to the east. And as we mentioned, all of the water will be collected that runs off from the site, and we've included a trench drain before that water were to hit the alleyway. The alley is in disrepair, and we've had discussions with both the city engineer and water services. We're still trying to lobby for improvements that can be made, as well as submitting a PIAC grant to potentially have that be a mechanism to help improve that alleyway. This is an image from that alleyway, a little bit of a bird's eye view. Up, you can see kind of there's a convenience stair up to the residence, and then also that kind of dog area that's fenced in that would not be accessible for anyone other than residents. This is just a quick plan. There was some discussion from the neighborhood about where the air handling units occur and how they impact kind of visual and sight and sound. So we showed a diagram. All of those would be on the roof. We also have roof drains that come internal, and so those are collected directly into that detention system. They don't have runoff on the side of the lot. And then you can just see this section image just showing how that parapet is screening those units. To Anna's point about the lighting, we've just been working with our engineers, and so submitted drawings just yesterday that staff hasn't had time to review, but the strategy for the lighting is to minimize it. We are showing only downlit fixtures that are very low to the ground, apart from a sconce that occurs above the garage, as well as some downlights that are associated with the stair. So we're trying to provide task lighting where it's needed for safety, but otherwise minimize lighting impacts the neighbors with these lights. So the changes that we've made have been to remove, we had fixtures that kind of marched along this entryway, and even these garden lights were providing light that was above the city minimums at the north property line. So we've removed those. This S4 is an uplight specifically aimed just at that tree. On the north here, we have buried into the concrete wall as the building slopes away, these kind of instep fixtures that are shielded and down, just for folks who need to take their dog out in the evening so they're not stumbling in the dark. And we've lowered the elevation of those to ensure that as they approach the light still were to approach the property line, that would be at the city maximums. We've also included in the recent drawings a 42-inch concrete wall to help block any additional spillage that would come from the stair overhead lighting. We have one overhead light that addresses the lowest run of the stair, and then otherwise are using illuminated rails to light only the foot traffic. And then we've revised this S3 fixture type to allow for a tighter spread, as well as remove the garden fixtures that were here, just so that at that east property line, we're meeting the maximums as well. And that concludes our presentation, so happy to address any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commission to the applicant?
Are these units for sale or lease?
These are for rent.
And the maintenance inside and out will be provided as part of rent and everything? Okay.
So when you talk about the area for trash, are you actually talking about a private entity coming to collect that, or are you depending on the tenants to be able to put their trash out for city pickup?
That would be the tenant's responsibility to put the trash out for city pickup.
So I'm not sure the city picks up from enclosed areas. They pick up from the curb.
Yeah, I apologize. We have a rolling gate. So that would be pulled out. The trash cans would be pulled out from that rolling gate on the pickup day of the week. And I mean, that would be something that either one resident would need to do, or then Graham would have to hire a maintenance person to ensure that happens week to week.
I have some other questions, but I want to hear what our public has in line for questions and what you came about from you did have a community engagement meeting.
Yes, we did. And I think, as you'll see from the public comments, there are proponents and opponents of the building.
Okay, I'll wait to hear what's being commented on. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from commissioners? All right, with that, let's open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 2, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon.
Chair Crowley, Chair Crowell, I'm sorry. We have a lot of people who have indicated that they would like to speak.
Okay.
It might be helpful to try to organize, if I could, don't raise hands yet, to try to organize them a little bit. I believe we might have some people here representing the West Side neighborhood. And I don't know if you want to start with either opponents or supporters, and hear from one group first and then the other group second. That might help just keep things a little more organized.
Okay. I'm going to go at your direction. Really, I keep tally on my own. So however you want to do it. If you want to do all the fours and then the against, that's fine.
Okay. Then why don't we do that? And we'll start with the fours, as you said, or the supporters. And I'm going to have one more person in our attendees group. So if supporters could raise their hand, and I will call on people I'm just working my way down the Zoom list. And I'm going to start with Leah Gale is the first person.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Thanks. I've lived in the West Side for over 20 years. I'm over on Madison, so I'm one block directly away from this. I just wanted to bring up a couple of things. I think that there are some in the neighborhood that continue to use the word developer and the terminology someone from the outside coming in, which depicts a very negative connotation, which is also false. Graham and his partner Haley are both a part of our community, living in the West Side for a number of years, walking their dogs around and having coffee and saying hi to people. I also want to say that I believe that some of the organizing against this stems from the neighbors that live directly on either side of the property, primarily one of them being the president of the West Side Neighborhood Association, and that this building, the multi-tenant building, actually does fit into our neighborhood because it does follow some of the similar design. It also provides an opportunity for people who are no longer able to buy single family homes, which is a reality that is becoming more and more common in our city and country in general, to own or to rent a beautiful 2-bedroom, 2-bath place that is a part of a great community. And then the final thing that I would like to say is that if you look at the documentation that has been submitted against this, the same person who notarized a number of the signatures has also signed the against document, which I believe is a conflict of interest as a notary. And I just think that that's something to keep in mind. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Sydney Milstein. As a reminder, our speakers have 2 minutes, and we do have a timer. You will hear an alarm if you reach the end of your 2 minutes. Sydney?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, great. I just like to say, as a nationally recognized architectural historian and longtime resident of the West Side neighborhood, I am testifying today to voice my complete and total support of this proposed plan for 1639-1641 Summit Street. I have reviewed the renderings by Chem Studio, and I realize that although no changes are planned, the project nonetheless will require a special use permit with the city of Kansas City, Missouri. The three-story sixplex is of a contemporary multifamily residence cladded in smooth western red cedar, with the southernmost section of the west facade slightly set back from the north section, thereby creating an interesting geometry to the main or summit-facing elevation. Although there are design details included in the proposed plans, which you have all seen, it's important to emphasize that the project includes underground parking, access from the public alley to the east, which will all but eliminate the necessity of parking on Summit Street. Chem Studio's proposed development is in keeping with the architectural fabric and legacy of the West Side, which includes many renovated 19th century historic residences and the more recent contemporary designs of the early 20th century. To the immediate south of the proposed sixplex stands a recently converted single-family residence of a historic 3-story sixplex, while a contemporary example located at 1653 Summit parallels the architecture, scale, and materials of Chem Studio's design. In summary, I would encourage the Planning Commission to approve this thoughtful and appropriate plan, which incorporates sensitively scaled architecture with compliant landscaping and amenities. Thank you so much.
Hey, Sydney, can you got your address for the record?
Yes, I'm at 1537 Bellevue Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri, 64108 in the west side.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Next is Rebecca Geraci.
Hello, my name is Rebecca Geraci, and I'm not only a homeowner and a member of the West Side community, but I'm also a Kansas City metropolitan realtor, and I sell both in the Kansas and the Missouri side. I'm here to express my support to the multi-unit project and the variances mentioned. To continue to see the West Side thrive, we need to support the development of a safe, new, and affordable and diverse living option. Although the West Side is such an amazing community to live in, buyers cannot afford homes in this community. And to continue to see thriving and new blood in the community, I feel that this is a great opportunity. As mentioned before by Elena, and I apologize, the other person, West Side is a very eclectic community, and the plans that Graham have complements as I mentioned, it's contemporary, it's modern, and every single house is so very different. And we take such great pride in our community, and I feel he has taken great pride in the plans that he is proposing. I also wanted to share that Graham is not, as mentioned, Graham is not only the owner, the proposed owner to this project, but he is also my neighbor and our neighbor, and he's an important and well-liked and trusted member of our community. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you.
Shannon Kilfoy.
Hi, I would like to give a little bit of context on my position. So when I moved to the West Side, that was over 5 years ago, and I had rented for that 5-year period. I've lived in 2 locations, 2 duplexes, multi-unit family homes, and those were honestly pretty rare to come by, but I got very lucky in terms of meeting the right people and neighbors who have helped me along that process. My partner and I, who I'm speaking on behalf of as well, just purchased the home that we had been renting for over 3 years from Jamie Jeffries, a longtime community member in the West Side neighborhood. And it is also a multi-unit family home. So we live in a duplex and was built in 1890. It has cedar siding and had an addition in 2014 that is modern and flat pitch roof. So I would like to echo some of the stances that former people have spoken about, that the plans do integrate well within the community. Most of the homes on my street, 2 streets over, have wood siding, and there is a very good combination of modern and historical home appearances. I also would like to echo the stance that the West Side is a very eclectic community with many different types of community members, young, old, different cultural backgrounds, and I think having different forms of housing is very important to maintain that special aspect of this community. Thank you.
Can I get your name or your address, please?
Yeah, I live at 1715 Bellevue.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Next, we have Haley Costas.
Hello. I live at 1743 Madison Avenue. I've been a renter on the West Side for nearly 10 years. And it's because of projects like these that I was able to maintain to live in this neighborhood as an artist and as a student. It's also this reason I was able to meet my partner, Graham Zusi, and become involved in our community. We came from different tax brackets, very different lives, but those ripple effects of the West Side have connected us to new cultures, careers, and people, essentially intersecting our communities. And I share this as proof of the diversity within our community and in our neighborhood, and how those positive impacts are having multiple living options interwoven here and can generate on a greater societal scale. This project would add more affordable options, which people have touched on, but for the modern day family styles outside of the typical home buyer, and would bring more diversity in race, class, age, and income. A single mom with kids could live here. An artist who works from home could live here. A newly retired couple could live here. And if part of the West Side mission is to advocate for our community and be inclusive and collaborative, I'd really like to ask everybody what that looks like and who is that really for? Because to me, that looks like supporting neighbors and new endeavors like this, especially when they provide new opportunities for the community to grow in ways that both preserve its history and contribute to responsible growth. This project also advocates for shared concerns like the parking and the alley repair to be productively addressed versus allowing them to persist or be used as reason to keep people out. This project establishes a balance of how to move through the growing pains of our community and our neighborhood together in a way that is open-minded, creative, and thoughtful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we have Kim Armstrong.
Okay.
Hi, this is actually Jeff Armstrong. Is my wife's iPad. We live at 1738 Madison, so we had already submitted a letter of support. I won't go through any of the additional things that people have already said. We agree with those. We do think that this is a thoughtful design that is a good addition to the neighborhood, and so we support it fully.
Okay, thank you.
I believe that those are all of the supporters. So now I'll ask those speaking in opposition to raise their hand. We have, I'm going to start with Ginny Walters.
Yes, good morning. My name is Jenny Walters, and I am the Vice Chair of the Kansas City Neighborhood Advisory Council. And I would like to read a letter that we submitted to the commission. The Kansas City Neighborhood Board of Directors opposes the application for a special use permit and associated variance necessary for construction of the Baca West Side multi-unit home of 1639 and 1641 Summit. This position is based on inconsistent applications of multiple zoning code sections that undermined the cohesive structure of Chapter 88 and the ability of any property owner, investor, or developer to reasonably predict the future of the surrounding built environment. First, the project is seeking a special use permit for a multiple house without meeting the requirements of the associated lot and building standards 88-110-06-B and C to have the appearance of a large detached house with features and materials similar to surrounding homes. The Baca West Side building reads as a modern sixplex with repeating balconies, window treat patterns, and minimum changes in materials or fenestrations, which cannot be permitted on an R.2.5 zone property. Second, the infill residential development standards focused on the independence of small lots in the urban core and providing flexibility with the context established neighborhoods. Section 88-110-07D infill lot building standards outline coordinated calculations for lot dimensions, setbacks, including built depth and width, and lot coverage standards for both the buildings and impervious services. The intent of this approach is to provide flexibility that is responsive to lot size and existing housing with a context area without negatively impacting stormwater management, lines of sight, and the overall human experience of a neighborhood. The Baca West Side project is seeking to use overbuilt lot, the relaxed setbacks with this section while exceeding the lot coverage standards. The resulting overhaul lot will negatively impact storm water management, lines of sight through the block and the human scale of the building as perceived from surrounding properties. Third, section 88-610-03C was specifically amended to consult with the infill residential development standards to ensure the non-conforming lots with the infill zone did not automatically consolidate and remain independent for housing options consistent with surrounding scale and form. Examples of existing lot consolidations in the West Side neighborhood were referenced in drafting this limitation to stimulate housing fill consistency with surrounding form, bulk, placement, and scale. Approving infill lot combinations for this application conflicts with the priorities of the infill resident development standards. The KC-NAC Board of Directors takes no position on the stylistic preference of this project beyond the compliance issues outlined above. The issue of multiple housing types with a neighborhood or residential district, or in this case, the merits of housing density. The infill lots in case CD, in this case, are consistent with adjacent properties in size, access, block position, and shape. It is our position that unless the Chapter 88 language is amended through a public process, the public must be able to rely on the structure and application of the code and decision to live, work, and invest in real property within the city of Kansas City. The necessary reliance is undermined by the allowing any single project to customize code application for the sole benefit of their investment with no hardship identified.
Okay. Is that letter by chance, it's part of our packet or not?
Yes, it is, with supporting documents from the code. Code 88.
Mr. Chair, may I
Okay.
clarify? I received that letter at 9 p.m. last night, so it is not a part of
Okay.
your packet.
Okay, thank you. All right, who's next?
Next, we have Elena Bailey.
Okay,
Hi, everyone. Good morning, City Planning Commission. I'm Elena Bailey, a licensed attorney in the state of Missouri, and I'm here representing the property interest at 1647 Summit and come with hope to preserve the historic West Side by requesting your denial of CD Sub 2024-54. The special use permit should be denied for two reasons. It fails to meet the 5 requirements of Section 88-52509 of the Missouri Zoning and Development Code, and it does not comply with the infill lot and building standards. First, Section 88-52509 of the code states that no special use application should be approved unless the 5 requirements are met. The West Side Community Letter dated January 8th, 2025 addresses how this proposal fails to meet those 5 things, including but not limited to subpart C of the code, which deals with scale. As it's 303% bigger than the building to the south, 1647 Summit, which has been referenced numerous times today, but squeezed onto a lot 2/3 the size of 1647 Summit. Second, this proposal cuts against the underlying purpose of the infill lot and building standards, which is to ensure that development occurring is similar in scale and placement. The proposed building is 11,764 square feet. To put that into perspective, the average home size on Summit and Jefferson is 1,565 square feet, making this project 752% bigger. That was 752% bigger than the average surrounding home. For these reasons and so many more, numerous West Side community members and myself urge this community to deny CD Sub 2024-54 and preserve the historic West Side. Thanks.
thank you. I'm just curious on your measurements of the square footage. Is that just the outline of a residential house versus the addition of, versus the 3 stories of each unit, or just the outline of
The square
the 3?
footage is calculated by all publicly available records. So we checked the county assessor's records, the Zillow records, compared them, and took the largest number on across all sites. So we prepared an Excel that calculates all those and shows it for your guys' view. And I believe it was submitted and should be part of the packet, if not part of this packet, for next week's hearing.
So you're looking at the square footage of the livable area.
Yes, livable area.
One house versus the 6, all added together. Correct?
I'm looking at I'm sorry, are you asking about the?
Are you looking at the footprint of the building itself or the actual living space of each building when you compare?
I'm looking at the full space. Sorry, Virginia and other members can touch more on how we calculated all that as we work together, but those are the highest numbers that we gathered, and it's the actual living space from my understanding of each building on both streets.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Next is Michael Flack.
Okay.
Michael, you can unmute to give your testimony. Okay, then I'm going to move on to Brian Clitheroe.
Yep.
Hi, thank you for your time and thank you for listening. I reside at 1649 Summit Street, which is 2 structures south of the proposed site. And predominantly, one of the main objections that I have at this point is that they are relying on the alley to the east of the property that it is, I think, is inadequate for the traffic load slash just occupancy of this site. The alley is in very poor condition currently, and there's no proposed plan to improve the alley for this amount. They're proposing 9 parking spots, which would be a significant addition to the load on this alley. There's currently there's already erosion and potholes in the alleyway. So that's one of my primary objections. The other one is I don't believe they've actually done a proper study of the sewer load that this would apply to this sewer, which is also inadequate and in poor condition currently. So, and then finally, the trash. They're proposing 2 trash bins for 6 units. 2 trash and 2 recycle. I think that's drastically undersized. And then if they propose to put those on the street, I think that would be an eyesore, and I wouldn't support that. So for those 3 reasons, I stand in opposition unless they can remediate and correct those issues before they begin construction. Because as we all know, it won't get fixed if we don't.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we have Alicia Bailey. Alicia, you can unmute and give your testimony. Okay, we'll move on to Virginia Salazar Bellis.
Good morning. Is it still morning? I'm Virginia Salazar Bellis. I live at 1633 Summit, and I'm representing 3 West Side groups, all united in opposition to this project. First, the 45 homeowners on the 1600 blocks of Summit and Jefferson who signed a letter. You have a copy of this letter. They're asking you to honor the zoning laws that protect us, to protect the people who live here and defend the neighborhood we call home. These aren't just signatures on a page. These are residents of the West Side who've invested in this community. trusting that the rules set in place would safeguard their homes. To approve this project would betray that trust. Second, as of yesterday, we've received nearly 100 West Side resident signatures on a petition to protect the West Side. I urge you to review their comments before deciding. Their fear is real that this proposal, if approved, would send a message that zoning laws and community planning efforts are merely obstacles for those with money and influence to sidestep, that our voices can be drowned out by the sound of speculation and profit. This would further fuel the displacement and gentrification that is already threatening our community. Land prices have skyrocketed due to this speculation. This would only accelerate that trend, making it harder for families to stay, for future generations to build, and for the West Side to remain the diverse and vibrant community it's always been. Finally, I represent 7 members of the West Side Neighborhood Association Board of Directors. We stand firmly against this proposal because it violates the principles of responsible development and ignores the very plans meant to protect the West Side. The West Side Area Plan was built through years of dialogue, compromise, and collaboration between residents and city officials. It is a blueprint for balanced growth, one that respects history while allowing for thoughtful progress. These 3 groups are not against development. We welcome it when it's fair, thoughtful, and rooted in respect. But this proposal is none of those things. It disregards zoning laws, it threatens community stability, and it prioritizes profit over people. I ask you, commissioners, listen to the residents who've spoken loudly and clearly. I urge you to deny this request. If I'm able to, I have some comments or just questions about some of the other testimony. First off, I want to say someone mentioned about this, about the need for more affordable housing. I want to make sure you know this is market rate. This is not affordable housing. The applicant's graphic seems to misrepresent the size of the adjacent homes. It seems to include backyard decks and driveways. Could you clarify that? And some of the members, there are some residents online that who actually live in some of those homes. I also want to point out that no one speaking in support lives on the affected blocks. It's not just myself and the Baileys that are pushing this. 45 single-family homeowners on the 1,600 blocks of Summit and Jefferson, the residents most affected by this project, have spoken out, have signed this petition. Also, I did have another technical question about height. The development team mentioned that this is 36 feet measured from the top of the curb to the top of the roof line. And we believe that you're only allowed to measure to the roof line when the building has eaves. Are they allowed to break the parapet out as separate measure beyond the maximum height? And then I want to say also, we understand that Graham's a neighbor. We're your neighbors too. And we believe as the most affected homeowners that our considerations, our concerns should be dealt with. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you.
Colleen Hernandez.
Hello, my name is Colleen Hernandez. I live at 2121 Jarbo. I've lived in the West Side for 23 years and I've worked here for 45 years. My remarks today are mainly focused on history, the process, and the community engagement. And I have one message for the City Plan Commission. Please help us protect our low-density single-family zoning. 120 years ago, the West Side was platted on 25-foot lots and was built before people had cars, so the streets are narrow and there's very little off-street parking. So for it to be livable, we need to limit density. This low density was so important to me and my neighbors. 20 years ago, we created in partnership with the city, the West Side Area Plan, which called for low density. And we didn't stop with just the plan. We knew our greatest protection was codifying our plan into zoning ordinances. And to make that happen, we worked for a year with 200 residents, meeting with every single resident. And as Virginia mentioned, collaborating and creating the zoning ordinances that are now on the books. The council in 2005, led by Emmanuel Cleaver, downzoned our entire neighborhood in deference to what the community wanted and worked hard for. The staff recommends approval of this proposal and cites the Greater Downtown Area Development Plan, which calls for, and I quote, creating housing density and doubling the population of downtown. In 2010, the Downtown Council came to the West Side and declared, "You are now part of downtown and we will be planning for you." You can name one person to our 15-member board, and then they produce the Greater Downtown Area Development Plan. The fact is, we already have density on the West Side. We have our share. Within 4 blocks of this site, there are 387 rental units, 60 at Posada del Sol, 120 at Villa del Sol, 114 at West Side Lofts, 33 at 17th and Madison, and 48 at Nottingham. So I don't envy the job that you and your colleagues have to do today, but I hope you support us in protecting our downzoning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jill McDonald.
Hi, I'm Jill. This is my husband, Antonio. He'll be speaking for us.
Can you see us?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, we live in 1653 Summit. We're close to the project. We built our house 10 years ago, actually. And at that time, our architect mentioned that there's some certain laws and codes and parameters that the West Side has. So when we built our house, we make sure we were within those limits. 2 or 3 years ago, we have apartments here a block away, the West Side Flats. They did a presentation for the neighborhood, and at that time they wanted to build 3 levels of apartments. Of course, most of the people were not happy with that, mentioned the same things we're mentioning now. And they actually built, but they went from 3 levels to 2 levels. So when I first heard about this project, I was happy and supportive of it because I am for getting apartments and different kinds of residential opportunities for different people, and the neighborhood always have that nice mix. But when I start hearing the details and that this project will need a special allowance that will probably set a precedent for future development, I have to say no to it because we don't want to be the case that now we can just change what is existed in place for so long, and now the next person developing will go and use that as a pretext to change the neighborhood. So that's the reason, the main reason we're against, besides all the other reasons like
The alley.
the alley, yeah, is destroyed. So that will be a big problem. Also, they keep on mentioning affordable, but at the meeting with the developers, we never explained even the price of the apartment rental. So we don't know if they're affordable. So those are some of the problems we have.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Our next speaker is Haley.
Hi, I would like to agree with my neighbors that this scale and the lack of conforming to the codes that we have established in our neighborhood are against what we are doing.
Can you state your full name and address for the record, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Haley Reese. I live at 1618 Summit.
Okay, thank you.
Just want to voice my concern that they are not following the codes and the scale of our neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next is Luke Bailey.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Luke Bailey. Address is 1647 Summit Street, directly south of the proposed project. So my concerns are, so I bought my place 5 years ago. I spent actually, I bought it 7 years ago. I spent 3 years redoing it. So we have lived there for like 3.5 years now. So with like the other neighbors were saying, the density of the neighborhood, Summit Street, when you saw their presentation of their aerial view, there's already no parking. They want to add a handicap stall, which is going to take up at least 1.5 parking spots on the street, which already has no parking on it. Then they propose parking underneath and in the back of it, which would require people using the alley, which is not over traveled. However, there's multiple times I've been trying to go up or down the alley and meet a car and have to back out of the alley, or they have to back out of the alley. My third concern is just the size of the project. Like our house is the one that they keep throwing up to reference the size. We are 3,600 square feet. The proposed project is 11,700 square feet. Like we use our backyard, our decks in the back all summer long. Now we're going to have a 3-story building protruding 30 feet past the edge of our deck, 3 stories tall, with three different families looking into our backyard as we're out there trying to enjoy our evenings. So those are the reasons I oppose this project.
Thank you.
Next, we have Kathy Marchant.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the question.
Nope.
Our next
I said
speaker.
Thank you. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Next speaker is Kathy Marchant.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Hi, my name is Kathy Marchant. I live at 1633 Madison. I am in support of the project. I own the buildings at the corner of 17th and Summit. I have renters in those buildings. And over the years, I think that having rental units in our neighborhood is a benefit to the neighborhood. It provides for places for young people to move into and then maybe later buy a house, or old people to move into if they don't want to live in their house anymore. Anyway, I got put in the bunch of anti-people, but I am in support of it. And I hope that you pass it, because I think that it provides for age diversity, having that kind of housing mixed in with our single family homes.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Janet Breitenbach.
Hi there. This is Janet and Ryan Breitenbach.
In support of the project. To many of the points made prior, like wonderfully made. So try not to repeat too much. I just notice how long those lots have sat there vacant and unused. And I notice the spirit of opposition is just very much in the know and not like how to make something possible there. And I just would appreciate 6 to 8, whatever more neighbors to be in the community, to frequent the restaurants here.
Yeah.
And these are people too that they'll be going to the same places Graham and Haley will be going to. They'll be talking to them. They'll be living alongside them. So the spirit of more people in the West Side neighborhood, immediately adjacent to the city, where people want to live next to other people.
Yeah.
It's an extremely beneficial thing to our neighborhood, and I just I hope that it's accepted.
And we feel very connected to people we actually see on a regular basis that we wave hi to. Graham and Haley are those people. And many of the people in opposition we actually don't see out and about as much. And we are big on being a part of the West Side because of how special it is and how you can actually build and invest and create and be next door neighbors with people who care and won't mind waving hi in the alleyway if you need to drive by. We just love that spirit about the West Side. And we think Graham is someone who is putting his own money, his own risk in building something He's not a big New York developer. He's someone who wants to actually build and invest. And if any of the people in opposition want to build and invest something, we hope that they would feel supported as well.
Can you tell me your address for the record?
Sure. So we have two. So right now we live at 1700 Madison Avenue. We also own the lot at 1700 Jefferson Street.
Okay, thank you.
And next we have Jennifer Caputo.
Yeah, hi. My name's Jennifer Caputo. I live at 1630 Jefferson Street with my husband, Grant Downing. And I just have a couple of concerns I'd like to raise that sort of echo what other people have said. One is just the practical concerns about the alleyway, which is an alleyway that we share. It's a tiny, ancient alleyway, as people have said, and I just can't really imagine how it's going to support all that traffic for 9 cars. It's going to really impact all of us around there. And I do appreciate that there are hopes that this will result in improvements to the alleyway, but that's far from a guarantee. I'm feeling a little skeptical about that. The second thing is that, I'm all for, honestly, more affordable housing in our neighborhood. But as other people have said, is this really going to be more affordable? Like, what does that mean? These look like some pretty luxury apartments to me. And my fear is that developments like this are heading toward making our neighborhood more expensive and unattainable. So thank you.
I don't think single-family homes will.
Thank you.
Next we have Daniela Briones. Daniela, you can unmute yourself and give your testimony. Okay, I'll move on to Alicia Bailey.
Hello? Hello?
Oh, go ahead.
Hi, I'm sorry about that. My name is Daniela Briones, and I have lived in the west side at 2320 Bellevue for about 30 years. And my parents actually own the home, and I just want to say that I do not agree with this idea, just because I do feel like it is giving other developers a chance to come into the neighborhood. And hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And I feel like as if this idea was to go through, it's just not a good idea for our neighborhood, because a lot of us are low income, and I feel like the tax bracket isn't going to be, it's going to make taxes increase. And I feel like if this idea, I'm not against it, and a lot of us aren't against it, but I feel like this idea would be good for maybe like the Crossroads area. Just because a lot of us are still, this neighborhood has been established on culture, and I feel as if developers or people trying to make this happen are going to skyrocket a lot of outsiders. We do welcome a lot of outsiders to come join our community, but I feel like we do have a lot of diversity, but if we continue with this, then a lot of our culture will be gone. So I do believe that this is not a good idea, and I do agree with Virginia and Colleen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go back to Michael Flack.
Hey, thanks. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to try and share my screen. Can you see it?
No.
No.
Okay. Just give me another second. What about now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. My name's Mike Flack. I live on Summit Street. I'm kind of just a civilian in all this. When I reviewed all the codes and the regulations, I must admit I found it all quite confusing. But I kind of felt what it all comes down to: what is a house? And when I compare on the right side of the screen, I've lifted that from the Kansas City zoning website as to what a multifamily house is. And then the left is the project house. And when I look at it, to me, to the right, it looks like a house. And to the left, it looks like an apartment building. It's kind of, to me, it is quite simply that separated. Next, what I decided to do is kind of look around the Summit Street, kind of all of the adjacent houses. and just see what they look like to me. And as I look at these photos, there's various houses, some of which are quite old, over 100 years, some are much more modern. But to me, it becomes quite clear that they are a house and they are not an apartment building. After that, I decided to do what anybody would do facing a question like this in the 21st century. I Googled images of a house. And what comes back are what to me are the classic definitions of a house. This is the first, I don't know, 15 you get, and then the next number 2. But to me, that they're all houses, not apartment buildings. They all have that similar look that the KC zoning website says is a multifamily house. Lastly, if you were to go into City Hall and ask people randomly what the proposed structure was, I got to believe they would all consider it an apartment building and not a house. So lastly, I really think this is an apartment building and not a house. And
yeah, I think we've run out of time here, Michael. We need to move on.
All right.
Still got a lot of people. Thank you. Who's next?
Next is Alicia Bailey.
Okay.
Alicia is the last hand raised, so I just want to remind anyone who wants to speak on this, if you could raise your hand to be called upon. Looks like we have a couple more people, but Alicia, you're next. Alicia, you can unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. I'm trying to do this from my phone. So I reside in the building directly south that has been brought up multiple times throughout this, case. And I just want to say that I think we're getting a lot of like negative feedback that we don't want multifamily housing. We aren't part of this community, that the people that are proposing for this site are. We are very much part of this community. We searched to make somewhere our forever home, and we brought a family of 6 to the place that we reside in now. We love the West Side. We love the tradition. We love the ethnicity. We love the culture. We decided to take on a project believing that we were protected by the zoning. Now, where our forever home is, that we have invested a lot of money, a lot of time of our own. My husband is the one who single-handedly built this and built it through COVID. We abided by the zoning that was there, and we were protected by the zoning that was there. We knew there were lots behind us. We knew there were lots on the side of us, but we decided to raise our family because we felt protected by the city and the zoning. So that's what we're asking. We're not asking, we just think that it's ridiculous that they get to use a special use permit and go around what is protected for all of us that have decided to live on this street in this community. There are other sites within the West Side that they would not need special use variances, and they would not need to get any other type of zoning, to go around it with a special use permit. We suggest that they find one of those sites, which are down the street, across the way, not in the middle of our street that is a neighborhood with families and children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Sherry. Sherry, you can unmute and give your testimony. Okay, I'm going to move on to Adam Atar.
Okay.
Adam? Okay, I'm going to move on to Steve Bellis.
Hi, this is Steve. Can you see my screen?
No.
Okay, can you please give me, this technology, I was gonna do all this down there in person, and I'm not great at this, so please give me an allowance on my time. How do I share my screen to you?
There should be a share button at the bottom of your Zoom screen.
At the bottom of my Zoom screen. Hold on. Oh my goodness, this stinks.
So does it have to be visual for us to hear and
It does
talk?
actually. I've got two things, but I'm going to go ahead and start talking. I'm sorry. Says, I'm Steve Bellis. I live at 1633 Summit. I just want to remind the commissioners again that everyone speaking in favor of this project does not live on the street. 45 people who do oppose it. City Planning's report surprisingly overlooks several substantial ways the project fails the test for a special use permit. Two important ones is scale. At 11,700 feet, this building is 6 times the size of the homes on Summit and Jefferson. At 46 feet above grade and extending to 30 feet to the alley, it towers over everyone's backyards. The rendering I was going to share is one viewpoint. It shows that is 44 feet higher than the top of the roof of the recently restored home immediately behind it on Jefferson. That's not the scale. Secondly, city planning justifies their recommendation using the downtown area plan. I've read that plan in detail. It does not call for multifamily and residential areas. It stresses the opposite. One example on page 39 says, quote, multifamily should be focused within downtown corridors and nodes and should be prohibited within established single-family residential areas, end quote. The following map I was going to show on page 35 of the plan places circles on the areas targeted for higher density. I put an X where this property is. There's no circle there. This is not circled as a high density area. On page 47, it labels the 1600 block of Summit as residential medium, further defining residential medium on page 49 as allowing up to 8.7 units per acre. This project puts 6 units on 0.14 acre, the equivalent of 41 units per acre, 5 times the maximum allowed in the city's own plan. This is what the downtown area plan actually says about the site. The 45 adjacent homeowners who oppose this chose to buy a home in the urban core. We invested money, labor, and love, creating one of KC's best urban success stories. We did this trusting in city zoning.
Thank you, Steve. Steve, thank you.
Oh, I'm so.
Need to move on.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll go back to Sherry. Sherry,
Hi, thank you. Sorry for that. I just wanted to mention that I submitted a letter yesterday that will be included in the BZA packet. It's got over 50 supporters in it. I don't want to downplay some of the residents' concerns. I understand we went through this a few years ago with the developments directly across the street from my property as well. I will say, just keep an open mind. It is possible for these things to work. The concerns with the alley, I use the alley every single day. Use it as an opportunity for growth. Just go into it with a mindset of how to make it work instead of just opposition. That's all I wanted to say. Just keep in mind there are a lot of supporters, and I think there are ways to make this work if we just work together.
Can I get your full name and
I'm
address
sorry,
for the record?
Sherry Skillman at 1727 Madison Avenue.
Thank you.
Okay, Susan Flack.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you see me? I don't know.
No.
I'm new to Zoom too, but I'll carry on. Good morning to the city planners and our community as well as the developers. I am a 4-year resident of the West Side community. I live at 1603 Summit Street. In the short 4 years, we feel very connected to our community. We selected this community after living on the road for 2 years. We specifically chose the West Side community because of the feel of community. So we walk our neighborhood every day. We don't have a dog, but we're out there. We enjoy the library. We enjoy the people. We enjoy the coffee shops, etc. Now, when we defined our criteria to select our new city that we would call home, we had a long list. And one of the reasons why my husband and I moved from Washington, D.C., we wanted a less frenetic pace, a feeling of home. And I am firm when I say I do not believe that this building would enhance our community. I can appreciate the developer's design to blend, and I can hear your enthusiasm, Grace, but I just don't think you see the finer points, i.e. the alley, the garbage, etc. And the cost. Come on now, guys. Who can really afford that rent? You haven't specifically said what that would be, but I gotta believe it's going to be very difficult to afford for some. So thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Next is Adem Atar.
I was on there before, but.
Can anyone hear me? Hello?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. I'm having problems getting audio through with you guys. I don't set up Zoom. But anyway, it's Adam Itar. Our family owns the properties at 1652 and 1650 Jefferson. We've been in that area for over 20 years and seen all the development since 2003 on the west side. Since that time, it's our position that the alleyway has to be addressed. None of these houses were designed to have off-street parking. Since that, we've had a documented case with the tax board of the damage that the failing alley has done on the structures of our property. So I just really think it's our position that all variances and approvals be halted until the alley has a feasibility study on using that as a primary ingress and egress for any off-street parking on any plan using that alley. Anyway, that's all I have to say. You can take it however you want. Thanks a lot for your time.
Thank you.
Hello.
Our next is Roger Espinoza.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Roger Espinoza. I live on 2131 Bellevue Avenue in the west side. And I've been on Grant for 16 years. And literally about 10 years ago, him and I were always driving, to come have breakfast in the west side. And we always dreamed of living in the west side. And we said, hey, we got to work hard one day to afford a house, come buy a house in the west side. And when we were able to do 10 years later or 5 years later for Grant, he bought a house. Then I follow him, right? And for us, the reason why we want to move to his neighborhood is because how friendly and welcoming everybody was. And that's what we thought of the neighborhood. But it looks like now that once people move in, because you see the majority of the people in this area, they all want to live here. Everybody want to move to this area. But once they move here, it looks like everybody becomes greedy and they're like, all right, I moved here. No one else can move here. No one else can do anything. And it looks like a lot of people, with the exception of a few people who've been here decades, but the majority of people who have moved to the west side hasn't been the case. And so for me is when we thought about neighborhood together as friends, and he had this plan, and we still have a lot more plans to improve the sports area in town, because me and him share soccer together, and we want to improve the area because a lot of kids like to play soccer. So we have talked to a lot of communities to be able to improve the area, and he was able to save some money and get this property. And he said, hey, how cool would it be if I build a building here so I can have more people move into this area? It's so welcoming. And not to say that it will help all the restaurant, all the businesses for people. And then he thought, well, how can I do it better? Said, let me add parking lots so no one has to worry about where to park, anything, just help the community. So for me, I'm in support of this project. And all I've seen is people complain about the alleyway. Hey, before they moved here, the alley has always been there. And so I don't know why people is complaining about the alley. Everybody can share this. The west side is a welcoming place, and I believe that it'll work and it'll make a better community here, because we both thought, Graham is a white guy, you can tell very easy, and I'm a Hispanic guy, and we can both survive.
Okay. Yep, thank you.
The community. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, Anna Roseborough is our next
Yes.
speaker. Go ahead. Anna, we can't hear you. You're on mute.
Hey, baby. Hi, I'm Anna Roseborough, and I live I've been on the west side for 70 years. First, I grew up on 12th and Jefferson, and we had a gentleman that came in our neighborhood when we do our housings there. There were houses on 12th and Jefferson, and anyway, finally he decided to tear them down, sell all the inside the houses, the vintage stuff in there and for high money and everything, but he got what he wanted. But then eventually we got apartments. My house right now, as it stands, is my family home is still there. Now I live on 27th and 21 Jarbo Street, and I grew up in the whole West Side. It's not like I stay down that area, but I could see what our people in the West Side are upset about because they one keep that as a residential. I know you have people like apartments, but residential is you can buy a house and it's yours after you finally made the final payment. Apartments, you never own that. It's just money out of your pocket. When you become my age, you're going to find it difficult to pay rent, and it's crazy because I think you should take this in consideration. I would like to keep the historic area and the whole west side. We have three underneath an umbrella. I'm in Sacred Heart Neighborhood Association on the 25th to 30th, and we have empty lots there, and we are standing still on bungalow homes or just a two-story home, and we are firm with that. And we want to be, and I want to pass that along with the other side of the west side area. We all need to stand together and make sure our west side will not be destroyed by apartments like it did on 12th and Jefferson. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I believe that that's everyone who raised their hand for public testimony.
All right. Anybody in the chambers?
No.
Okay, so with that, we're going to close public testimony then and bring back the applicant here. Obviously, there was several things in favor of the project, and there are several things brought up in opposition to the project. Alleyway, size of the building, trash, let's see, some traffic, and obviously there's a lot of stuff with, the multifamily as well. Can you speak to all of those items and what else you heard from the public testimony, please?
Yep, sure, Commissioner. We were taking notes. A lot of this is consistent with what we heard at the public meeting. And so maybe just to first address scale, we are operating within the zoning code for the infill developments. If this were to be a single family home or a duplex on a 50-foot lot, those same requirements would apply. We are bettering, being the special use permit, we're required to have site detention that would not be required for a single family home or a duplex. And so in that instance, this is actually a better requirement than that would typically be developed. As far as the square footage, that's not a criteria of the zoning code, but it was cited a few times that we were 11,000 square feet. That includes the basement garage, not the living space. So if you were to look at only the living space of those upper 3 levels, that also includes that central lobby-way, which has some double height space. It's 8,800 square feet. I think there is a question about the roof measurement. We are within the zoning code allowance for a low slope roof, which is, less than, I think it's 1 to 12. That's where you measure to the top of the roof structure. The alleyway is a concern for our project as well, knowing the current state of it. If it were to be more drivable, every home or business along that alleyway would be able to utilize it, create
parking in the rear of their properties and alleviate more street parking. As we said, we've organized the beginnings for a PIAC application. We've been told from the city that that is stronger when it comes from the neighborhood association. So we would not want to submit that ourselves, just knowing it may not be the strongest. That's one avenue. We've also been talking with the 2 council members from the 4th district to see if there is a mechanism within the city to do alleyway improvements. It's not private property, it's public property, the alleyway. So there is not a mechanism that we know of yet in the city, but we've heard that there is discussion at the city council level to allow that to happen. And if we were, lobbying and have submit a PIAC grant, that we could be in further consideration if that mechanism is available. I've also asked our contractor to price what that would cost and would at least, discuss improving the alleyway section directly behind the property, and would love to have a conversation with all the neighbors who would use that and pitching in if it were even possible to pave that with city permission. The sewer system is the same. We've been in contact trying to start a conversation with the city water department when we were surveying that alley and the sewer itself. I think it's from the 1890s, that sewer, so it does need replacement. But again, we are creating detention system that catches all of the water from our site and holds it for a period specified by the city before it can leach back into that system. So it's actually improving the condition of the existing vacant runoff, and it would be worse if it were just a single family home. I think there were discussions.
Hey, Grace, just real quick, you're saying the stormwater management, it's going to come out of the detention piece and flow into an existing storm that's 1800s. What about the sanitary sewer? Is that going to the same pipe?
Yep, it's a combined sewer. And any building that would be developed on this site until that sewer is replaced would tie in there.
Okay.
I guess there was discussion about affordability. So the owner and developer are not seeing this as affordable by the definition that the city would require. There are no incentives for this project to be able to, frankly, do an affordable home development on this site would require really heavy incentives given the value of the property. There is, however, a range of attainable housing, and within that range, renting is more attainable than a purchase, insurance, and maintenance of a long care home. And so that's the argument that I think it was Haley who was speaking about. This is addressing more affordable options within that range of housing, given the high value of this exact property. I think there's also a question about footprints that we were showing in our drawings. We took those mostly from the KC parcel viewer. We didn't have survey of every property in that context. There were a couple instances where we did more field verification, particularly in our site context area, and we included footprints of buildings just as the zoning code would allow for things that were site coverage, including attached garages and decks. Were there any other questions that I've missed?
The ADA ramp out front, is there a reason it's out on the public street instead of in the parking garage?
Yes, so for FHA, we wanted a more direct route for a potential renter who would need an accessible unit, so they would be able to, rather than come through the alleyway and up that garage directly from the street. But again, it's not, it wouldn't be reserved only for this residence. It would be available publicly for anyone on Summit Street for the public works.
Is there an elevator in the building?
No, there's not an elevator.
There were 2 other questions that or comments that were made that I kind of wanted some clarity from you. They were talking about square footage of this whole piece. I want to confirm, what is the total square footage of internal space excluding the garage below?
That's 8,807 square feet.
And that would be 6 units of that?
That's 6 units plus the kind of central lobby space and intermediate stair.
Understood. And then I heard a couple of things talking about that there was only 2 trash cans, but from the rendering, it looked like there was a long fence. Is it more than 2 trash cans blocked?
There's 2 trash cans and 2 recycling bins. So 4 kind of roller dumpsters in total.
Like the size of what we like the standard city size.
Yep.
Okay.
And again, that was our thought was that was a convenience, so that, you know, if these cans were all held in the garage and then pulled through the side yard up that 16-foot slope every day, that would be disrupting and disturbing, and then they wouldn't have a place to readily kind of live week to week, so they could, you know, just be more strewn about. We're just trying to be more organized and saw this as a benefit to the neighborhood. But if there's opposition to it, there's definitely other solutions that we can look at to attach it to the building itself.
I mean, initially, my only concern is I don't know that essentially two regular and 2 recycling would be enough for 6 units. I live in a little, probably around the same size as one of those units, and in a week I easily go through one of those depending on the week. So I can see a little bit of a concern there. That's, you know, just 2 cents from me.
Yeah, the sizing actually came from our one of my coworkers lives in the fourplex quartered that we pointed out, and we asked, you know, how many trash cans do you all use? And they have 2 units share 1 trash can and 2 units share 1 recycling. And we asked, is that full week to week? And the answer was no, and so that's why we sized those. It was thoughtful, but again, we're happy to, you know, adjust as needed.
Be fair to you, this is contingent. This is winter time, so if, you know, some of these has been the city has missed pickup because of weather and stuff like that, so I could be thrown off by that, but just something to consider.
Okay, anything else?
So, yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
So a couple of things. Can you give us the exact square footage per unit as well as your anticipated lease amount?
So square footage per unit, you're gonna have to forgive me. I don't have that off the top of my head, but I can look it up quickly. And then the lease amount, I don't think we're not being cagey there. It's just that is driven by total construction cost plus financing.
What's your estimated amount? What's your estimated amount?
I have to defer to Graham, but I think he stated it would be market rate, so I'd have to look at what the range.
Am I unmuted? Sorry.
Yeah,
No.
you're unmuted.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry. It would be market rate. We're thinking between $2 and $3 per square foot.
And you're still looking for the actual square foot per unit
It
price?
looks like per the plans, forcing it's about $13.44 for unit 102. I mean, maybe
And again, I ask those questions for the public that doesn't have access to some of the stuff we're looking at.
Yep. I mean, I think on that one, I'm including that back stair, but the other one, I would say it looks like from the plans that shotgun, they're about 16 feet wide by about 84, depending, give or take a little bit. So you're right around 1,300, you know, one maybe 1,250, the other one 1,300, something like that. And then what did you say per square foot again?
$2 to $3.
$2 to $3. Grace, was it? I think it's a little bit below that, isn't it?
Yeah, I just did a quick paint to paint measurement. It's 1,164 square feet per unit. So if that's at $3 a square foot, it's around 3,400. If it's at $2, that's 2,300.
So a couple of my questions goes back to the testimony from different community members saying that your property would accommodate different types of family structures. If there were a family that had children, I don't see anything on site that accommodates kids.
Well, in the units, we have one bathtub and one shower specifically so that a family with young children would be able to utilize a bathtub. Otherwise, I think it is an urban neighborhood, and any park access or other kind of zones that anyone living in an urban neighborhood would have, the project offers.
So if I am remembering the area, so the Tony Aguirre Center is not far from Summit. So you're saying they would have to take their children over there? There's nothing on site for the children to do?
I mean, they would have internal space like any home that the children could play in. And then there's, small yard space, but there are really readily accessible parks as anyone living in an apartment within an urban neighborhood or a home with no yard would have the same amenity.
And Kobe already asked my other question about accessibility by there being an elevator to accommodate different disabilities. So that's not there. My other question is dealing with the alley. How wide is this alley? Because I'm hearing people say it's not wide enough for two cars to actually pass each other, that there is the time where one car would have to back up so the other car could continue that process. So have we actually looked at the ability to expand that area space since it is public right away, the current alley? Have we done any kind of study on the alley?
We haven't studied expanding it as that would take away private property in the right of way. I would also mention that the zoning code does not allow a driveway per the infill development standards. And so if parking were not provided off the alleyway, it would need to be provided at the street. And again, it's not required for this building type, any parking.
So should I take that to mean that the alley is not wide enough for two cars to pass? Is a standard small alley one way?
I think it would not be passable with two cars, no.
Okay.
Yeah, the standard alley is usually about 16 feet wide, Forresting.
Okay. Well, I know that we had a case before us downtown that dealt with a back entrance to underground parking, and it was an alleyway. And they showed us videos on different types and sizes of vehicles being able to get in and out. So that's kind of what I was thinking of, is they haven't looked at how to help maneuver the use of alley-based garage entrance. And I typically bring up the fact of, where do your visitors park? And I haven't done that until just now. It sounds like parking on the street is already tight. So where would your visitors park?
I guess I would just mention parking on the street is typical of all of the single family homes along the street, as well as folks who have current visitors. There's Airbnbs on the street as well in some of the single family homes. And so the thought here was to provide private parking to alleviate any additional, accessory parking that would be temporary for this site. But we're trying to improve the condition that the base zoning code requires.
And I appreciate hearing that, because typically I don't hear where they've actually thought about addressing on-street parking. So you have put some thought into that. So I appreciate hearing your response on that. Grace, thank you. Can I ask staff a question now, or does another commissioner still have questions for our applicant?
Go ahead.
We had in the testimony from different community people referring to the 5 requirements for infill Can you remind us about that requirement and how this project addresses those requirements?
Yes, of course. Let me
Okay, thank
pull
you.
up my screen again. Okay. So the review criteria associated with the special use permit should be on the screen. I went through the A, B, and C, which I believe highlights more so than the other two why we are recommending approval with conditions, but I can go through all five if you care to know that information. So A, which is compliance with the zoning and development code. B, which is ensuring that the proposed project does not significantly have an adverse impact on the general neighborhood. C, which talks about the proposed project and its relationship to site planning, building scale, project design, aesthetics of the project, in association with the surrounding area. D is the same compatibility, the proposed project with the area, but in terms of operational characteristics, lighting, noise, traffic, as a 6-unit residential project, we would deem that as not a significant a change in operational characteristics, especially since I mentioned that the project is only 200 feet away from a commercial area. And then E, which talks about adverse impact on pedestrian safety, which we do not believe this will have an adverse impact on pedestrian safety because it has the connections with the compliance with the zoning and development code and the parking off the back, which the applicant also mentioned, but I'll mention it as well, that regardless of building type, if this was a detached dwelling unit or a duplex, it would require that the vehicular access be off the alley.
Thank you, Anna. I remember you going through this, but just so that others know that we did address the things that they were referring to. So thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, anything else? Any other questions?
So this is a special use permit. So do we have a time frame on that one as well, on this one as well?
I think she said it was going to go to BZA next week.
And they will set the time frame on that if it's approved?
I'm not sure what you mean by time frame for what.
Some of the special uses we give 3 to 5 years. This doesn't fall into that one?
No.
Okay. I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, this wouldn't have a time frame on it because the special use is, to allow it to have a multi-unit house on the property. Okay, so at this time, we're going to close testimony and speak amongst the commission. If anybody wants to start with their comments from the commissioners.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and start. I think it's a great project. I'm impressed by what the team has come up with. I think it's done contextually well. I'm disappointed to hear the amount of opposition to this project in the way the opposition has been described. So I think everyone absolutely has a right to say this is what I feel my neighborhood should look like, what I want it to look like, et cetera. I don't want to say anyone's not entitled to their opinion, but we heard way too much about people saying that this wasn't allowed by code, and respectfully, most of those opinions were coming from lay people. And I think that means it was informed by groups that have a higher responsibility to be more careful with the words they use. So I'm disappointed to hear what Casey Knack said, and what I think Casey Knack has told others, and equipped people with misinformation and misnomer about the way that we review things. So as the staff very articulately said in their presentation and throughout, and as the applicant has said, this is allowed in the code. It's allowed with a special use permit. We approve special use permits all the time. There are 3 variances. One of them is for allowance of height to exceed by 6.75 inches. To me, that's not a very meaningful variance. The other is about lighting, and the applicant did a very nice job of explaining how they were going to control for lighting in a way that was extremely thoughtful to neighbors. And so then the third comes down to scale and minimum lot area specifically. I think that if we had heard more comments about the way people felt about that in specific, then maybe there was a conversation to be had. But unfortunately, I feel as though some really well-intentioned people who care about their neighborhood have been misinformed by people who have a higher responsibility to be more careful with the way they describe things. So as it pertains to this project, I think it's a really well done project. I think it's the right project for this neighborhood. I think anyone who moves into this neighborhood, unless they are really using blinders or are extremely specific with what they look at, should understand that there is a lot of variability of form of buildings there. And this fits the form, in my opinion. As someone once told me, if West Side residents could make it a gated community, they would. Clearly, we heard from a lot of West Side residents who are extremely welcoming, who want diverse types of people, diverse housing products. And I like to think that that's what most of the West Side is. But it was unfortunate for me to hear so many people speak so passionately against this when I think it's going to make the neighborhood much better.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yeah, I can piggyback off of that. With a lot of the opposition comments regarding this project, I can't help but think of the building that I'm inhabiting right now. I live in a building not much different from this, except the only difference is it's been here for 100 years. Almost every argument that has been put forward today in opposition for this project could be applied to the building that I'm sitting in right now. And yep, we exist, and we're welcome members of the neighborhood that I currently live in. And I enjoy being able to live here and not having to commit to owning a house just to live in a quiet residential neighborhood. So again, I'm in full support of the project. I think it will be a good addition to the neighborhood, and I think it'll age well with the surrounding structures.
I'm going to piggyback off of both of those, actually. And while I still see that there's some very, very minor kinks that are definitely going to be worked out through the process of this project, I am in full support of this project as well, for a couple of reasons. Partially, one of the arguments that I heard by the opposition was that it wasn't going to be cost effective. So the home values in that area, a mortgage would be easily double that. So part of my concern there is for someone my age that wants to be or younger than I am that wants to be in a neighborhood like this, they have no opportunity of being there. When I went to go buy a house 4 years ago, I looked in West Side. That was my first choice. I couldn't afford it. I couldn't even touch anything for renovation. So having the ability to rent there and understand and be part of that culture would have been an amazing thing to walk out of my front door and be able to do this. So I think that this building actually allows younger people to achieve that goal in a great part of the city. I love the West Side. To the architectural comments, I do think it's contextual. There's quite a bit of modern stuff, but there are a lot of kind of like historic moves in this building. So I agree with it on that level. I do have concerns about the alleyway being a little bit tight, but that exists in almost every neighborhood in Kansas City. I think that that's something that I would stress the city to push and address. And it sounds like the applicant and his design team is doing everything they can to push that. So I do appreciate that. And I know how difficult that is to get done because we've tried to do it in our neighborhood as well. But outside of that's my personal feeling there.
Okay. Commissioner Beasley or Lynch?
I've pointed out some things specifically for some of the comments that have been made to show that staff is working within the parameters they have to work with, and that this applicant has been working with them as well. And I have heard from all parties that the applicant has been in the community. Many times we get something where they have not really had the contact with the community in which they're wanting to develop. So I am not completely happy with what I've been presented, but that's not always the case anyway. So I think I've been given enough information to at least support the project going forward and wish them luck with the project.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lynch, anything? Did we lose her?
I saw her a few minutes ago.
Yeah, she's frozen on the screen, so I wonder if she
Yeah, it looked like she froze.
is rebooting. So I guess I'll go from my standpoint. I'm in favor of the project as well, and I'm looking more at the infrastructure pieces. The parking, it's being brought inside. I know they've got an issue with the alleyway, but it sounds like they've got some things in the works to try to fix that and repair that the best they can. As far as the storm sewer, they've got an underground detention system that's proposed on the plans to be sized to retain 1.5 inch water over the storm for a period of time. Sanitary sewer obviously is always a concern with any development and being looked at that. But I think they're addressing all the issues and working within the parameters that the city and the code is allowed, and I think it's a good project in the urban area and an urban infill type of project. So I'm in support of it. Maybe Commissioner Lynch will be able to join us, but I think let's go ahead and move on without her. If somebody wants to make a motion.
Yeah, and I'll go ahead and add one more statement for people who don't necessarily get to sit on too many of these. I think it's easy to underestimate the expertise that both applicants and city have. And so on all of these meetings, we have experts from the city who will do a study on traffic if it's needed. We'll do a study on water if it's needed. And so I hope people understand that often when there isn't a traffic study done, it's for good reason. And oftentimes the water analysis was already done. So again, you see an applicant who's going above and beyond with water retention here, which is nice to see, but probably not even necessary. I don't think I stalled long enough. So
yeah, good statement. I appreciate you saying that because staff does work very hard on these projects. And so I appreciate those comments.
Chair Crowell, I move to approve docket item number 2 with conditions.
Second.
So I got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 2. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hassick.
Aye.
I'm not sure if Lynch is back on.
Yeah, so I'm going to say it's been, in support of approval, 5-0. So with that, I think that ends our docket item 1 and 2. We've got 2 left, but I believe we need to take a break here to grab, go to the restroom or whatever and grab a little bit of lunch. So if we can take a 20-minute break, that'd be great. Come back at 1 o'clock.
Okay, we'll come back at 1 o'clock.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I already voted.
Oh, for some reason I had the Zoom.
I'm gonna stay down here.
Oh, are you sure?
Yeah.
I just want to run.
Okay.
All right. See if we can get started here soon.
Hey,
See who else we have.
I'm here. I just have my video off for the moment.
Okay. Did Commissioner Lynch, is she able to join us again?
he hopped back in right after we voted, and then I'm not sure what happened.
She might have had to go take care of the kids again.
Hi, guys. I actually listened to the entire thing and had commentary, and then my internet went out. So
Oh, sorry to hear that.
I know. But did it pass?
Yes.
Okay. I apologize. I came upstairs hoping that would help the internet connection, and I'm ready when you all are.
Okay. I think we're waiting on Sarah Baxter to rejoin us.
And we need Alec to take down the
Oh, okay.
sign that we're on break.
Yeah, we're back. I can unmute the screen, or I can unshare the screen if you'd like.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sarah should be back soon.
Are you ready to get started?
I am. Is everybody else available? Is Sarah back?
Sarah's back.
Okay, there she is.
Yes, I'm
All
here.
right, let's go ahead and get started. So we're on to docket item number 3 then, right?
We are on to docket item number 3, case CD CPC 2024-163, a request to approve a preliminary plat with deviations in District R7.5 on about 41 acres generally located at 16001 S Road. Larissa Chambi will be presenting this case today. If you're the applicant or member of the public who would like to speak on this case, if you would please raise your hand in order to be promoted to panelist.
And Sarah, it should be Phil Lavoda.
So I'm promoting Phil and Rihanna Desalich and Jim Ash.
All right. If everyone is ready, I can go ahead and get started. Again, this is Larissa Chambi presenting on behalf of Justin Smith. So I'll share my screen. All right, and can everyone see that? Okay. So as was mentioned, this is a request for a preliminary plat in 16001 S Road. One second. Okay. This is the location of the subject property. As you can see, it's in the southern portion of the city, between Raytown and Lee's Summit. And here's an up-close view of the property. This is the property prior to minor subdivision that was approved in 2023. This was the subdivision that was applied for and approved, and today we're focusing just on this section, this lot 4, if you can follow my mouse. And then again, this is showing that property with that lot 4 separated from the entire site. This site was previously the old Stevenson's family orchard. So again, this is a preliminary plat requesting 4 lots. So here's the first, second, third, and the fourth encompasses the back and comes up to the road as well. So the reason you're seeing this is because it is a preliminary plat request with deviations. The deviation is to 88,535, which has a requirement that lots do not exceed a lot depth to lot width ratio of 3:1. And so all these lots don't meet that. So an example to that is 50. If it's 50 feet wide, it can only be 150 feet in depth. There are conditions attached to this preliminary plat, and one of them is the requirement for a tree preservation plan. There are no plans to develop these 4 proposed lots as of now, so we've just conditioned a tree preservation plan to be reviewed prior to building permit or a land disturbance permit once we have a better idea of how much exactly is being proposed being removed, if any. And so this is just looking at the site on Lee Summit Road. It is very vegetated, of course, with the old orchard on it. And with that, staff is recommending approval with conditions. And there were 2 public testimony letters that were submitted, and those were emailed to the commissioners and also attached to the Compass KC case as well. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commission to city staff? So again, the deviations are more just because of the ratio, the width to depth.
Correct.
But that is also needed in order to have because there's no sewer out there, to have the septic system. Is that?
So there is, I'll let you finish.
No, I need to pull up I don't remember the total acreage of each lot.
So the lots
yeah, okay.
range between 6 to 19 acres.
Okay.
And so there won't be any sewer on Lee Summit Road. And so they all meet that requirement for septic, which is a minimum of 3 acres.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. All right. If there's no questions, let's welcome the applicant then. Is that Mr. Lovato? Okay. I think you're on mute there. So if you can take yourself off mute.
Sorry about that. Okay. You can hear me now?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, thank you so much. Good afternoon. I'll try and be brief. I think it's a pretty straightforward thing. I'm going to share my screen with you just real quickly of what was shared before. I bought this 90 acres with the old Stevenson orchard, if you can see my screen. And when I purchased the 2 parcels, this blue line was the actual boundary between the 2 parcels. And so I first applied for a
hey, Mr. Lovato.
Yes, sir.
You're not sharing your screen if you wanted us to see that.
Okay. Let me get to you. Does that get to you?
There, yeah.
Okay.
I see that.
I apologize. Again, trying to be brief for you too. I purchased this entire 90 acres of the old Stevenson orchard, minus this square up here where a man named Jim Ash lives. But when I purchased it, the boundary was this really jagged, weird blue line. And so I applied for a first floor minor subdivision that ended up making it into where it exists now with these 1, 2, 3, 4 lots. Since then, this lot right here next to Mr. Ash, he's purchased that to make his property bigger. And so what we're just dealing with today is just this 40 acres. So when Mr. Parks, who's this engineer on there, he had to go to another meeting, but he was online before. But we reached out to the city first to see if we could do a minor subdivision. And then we were met with, like Ms. Shamby said, that the lot ratio wasn't correct. So we needed to go to a preliminary plat. And so that's what we are here today to talk about. pretty self-explanatory, I think, of what we want to do with it. We first met at our applicant DRC meeting, and the staff kind of thought we were putting a subdivision in, and we had to explain, no, I'm just wanting to parse the property out. I envision someone purchasing it and maybe making estate lots or something, but I wanted to be able to do it, and I couldn't figure out how to get this back area into a lot with the ratio. So that's why that flag lot is that number 4. Excuse me. So that's kind of where I am now. I have a public meeting. I actually there's 4 neighbors. Mr. Ash is here. This over here is the Lakewood softball field, Lakewood Property Owner Association. Mr. Tamborello here, and these 2 people live in Lakewood. Plus, below here, Don Julian owns the other property down there, and his property, he is developing a subdivision there. So that was the people that I applied, I had my public meeting with. I don't want to get too far into something else, but it is kind of convoluted with it. At the same time, I'm building my home back here on this other 30 to 40 acres that I'm keeping. And I ran across a couple things with the city, and it was suggested by a city person that, you ought to be R80. This is zone R75, and everyone around you is zoned R80. And I took a look back, and I figured out back in 2005, this property and the property below all were rezoned from R80 to R75 because they were going to put in a subdivision. And the economy went bad. They couldn't get the sewers there, so it tanked. So it never came to fruition. So since I started this preliminary plat back in October, I've since applied at the behest of some experts of the city saying, yeah, you should be R80. Everyone else is all around you. I've applied for a zoning change to R80. That comes before the commission next month. But that has to do with a problem that I received over the weekend of the president of the Little Blue Homeowner Association saying she wasn't informed of the public meeting. But I went through everything I needed to do. I sent everybody the information. I even double checked with Justin about the mailing label. So I know that I probably followed the procedure. Other than that, that's really all that I have to give any testimony of, and just would answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commission to the applicant? Nobody? Okay. Has Commissioner Beasley joined us again? Okay. You're on mute.
Yeah, I was here. I was just chewing.
Oh, okay. Okay, I want to make sure you're back and with us. Okay. All right. Being that there's no questions from the commission to the applicant, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. So if there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 3, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon.
We did have 2 hands. I'll call first on Jim Ash.
Okay.
Thank you. I think I have unmuted.
Yes.
Yep. I will also see if we can't get my camera to work. Yeah, there we go. Sorry. So I guess I'll start by saying James Ash, 7,000 Lee Summit Road, Kansas City, Missouri. As Phil said, I border the northern property line of the lots that he wants to plat out. I feel like I've waited so long this morning, like you all have, that I should at least say something. And what I'm going to say is Phil and I have talked about this proposal. I'm fine with it. I like the fact that he's doing the sizes of the lots that he is. I'm happy to support this. I will say this, somehow, I think, Phil, because of the way those lots were very oddly reconfigured in the very beginning, this keeps coming up as having an S Road address. And I think, as we can all see, there's no connection to S Road. These actually come off of Lee Summit Road. So I just make the point that talking about these in terms of Lee Summit Road addresses is probably more accurate. But I'm in favor of it. I think it's I think it's great for the neighborhood to have this size of lot. The zoning issue that Phil raised is in fact a different topic and is set to be discussed next month. With that, unless anybody has any questions, I'll take my face off of the screen and I will mute myself.
Okay, thank you.
Next is Rihanna Desalich.
Hello, can you hear
Hello.
me?
Yeah.
Yes.
My name is Rihanna Desalich, and I am the president of the Little Blue Valley Homeowners Association. I was contacted by Mr. Lavoda on January 27th by email concerning these two different pieces of land that he wanted to have platted and then have it rezoned. I called him 6 minutes later and we had a great conversation. I thought it was very positive. He asked me some questions about the community engagement process. I told him that usually it's about 10 days before the actual CPC hearing. He asked me for some locations that we could meet at, and I gave him about 3 suggestions for meeting places. And he asked me about neighbors that lived in Lee Summit. Does he need to inform them of his project? And I said, well, I would do it because it would be just the neighborly kind of thing to do. And they would appreciate you being involved. So I felt like we had a very positive conversation. Then on January 29th, I emailed Matthew Barnes because I heard he's the planner for the other part of this project. And I just wanted to say that it's been kind of confusing for me because there's 2 different projects, 2 different planners, and then there's 2 different CPC hearings. So I talked to Justin Smith also, and we talked about the community. Actually, he told me that so this was originally supposed to be on February 5th, and it got canceled to February 19th. And I got in touch with, so Friday before, this Friday on Valentine's Day, I talked to Matthew Barnes, and he told me, I said, I've never been invited to this meeting. Has he had a community engagement meeting? And Mr. Barnes says, yes, he has. And he had a meeting, and I have a copy of this from the Compass, that he had a meeting at the Hy-Vee about 5-6 miles away from this project, and that he was there at 6 to 6:30 and that nobody attended this meeting. Well, I never received an invitation to this meeting. If I would have received an invitation to this meeting, I would have been there. So I have been in touch with the neighborhood. The neighborhood seems to be in communication with Mr. Lavoda. I'm very concerned that Mr. Lavoda did not follow the ordinance, and that the purpose of this ordinance is to basically put neighborhoods together with developers and all staff so that we can come to some sort of compromise and have it, streamlined, so to speak. And that's why we came up with this ordinance, which I worked really hard on. And so I basically, honestly, don't trust this person because they didn't follow the ordinance. Now, nobody showed up at the meeting, but then I found out that there was a meeting last night that was held, and that's for the March CPC hearing. I did not get any invitation to that meeting either. So I guess some people did show up to that last night. I don't know why he would not comply with this ordinance, because I felt, for me as a community leader, I felt that if this land was going to go from 7.5 zoning down to 80, that would be something that the community would be very much in favor of. So I don't really understand why he didn't involve me. And that's about all I have to say. I don't know what recourse is there, but I'm not happy as a community leader.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if you might check with neighborhoods to make sure your contact information's up to date with them.
It is.
Okay. Then I don't know. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I would note that 8850512D notes that failure to comply with the required neighborhood engagement may be cause for a continuance by the City Planning Commission.
Okay.
Respond, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, here in a second. Once we finish public testimony, you can. Is there anybody else, Sarah?
No, those were the only two hands raised online.
Okay. So
Mr.
go ahead
Chairman,
and
Mr.
close.
Chairman, this is Jim Ash again. If I just might want to correct something for the record. Ms. Deschlish said that the Hy-Vee was, I think, 5 miles away. She got that mistaken and incorrect information from me. Apparently, my ability to measure things on Google is quite challenged. So that's just an incorrect number, and I just want to clear the record.
Okay. All right, so we're closing public testimony. So now, Mr. Lovato, you can respond.
I had an interesting conversation with Ms. Deslett when I first applied for this plat back in October. There was no public engagement process given to me, and finally I got a call from a staff member and said, you know what, we need to do the public engagement process on this, and we haven't. So we're going to take you off of your docket in January and move it back to a different date to allow you time to do that. And at that time, I walked through it with him on what I needed to do. And the first thing was to contact the neighborhood association person. I immediately emailed Ms. Deslish and asked her for any information she had, any direction she could give me. And she called me back, and I told her that I was working on a zoning issue. And she said, great. And I then proceeded to move forward on that and checked back with Justin about who was supposed to be invited to this thing. And he sent me the mail labels, and I had checked off everyone I'd mailed to, including Miss Deslich. And I had emailed her back and forth, explaining this in detail and attaching that until January 29th. And she never responded to my calls. And I kept sending emails saying, well, do you have any concerns? Please get back to me. So yesterday, when I got this from the staff, I sent all those copies of the emails that I've had going back and forth with Miss Deslich. So for her to say that I didn't comply is completely wrong. The zoning issue is entirely different issue than this. If that map, you want to look at it matters, Mr. Ash is there, and there's 4 other neighbors, and I mailed those to them. I also mailed to the Lakewood Public Property Owner Association and to the JMH Holding, which is Don Julian. I was not surprised when no one showed up at the public hearing, because Mr. Ash told me he wasn't going to be there, and he was the only one that lives right next door to that I had concern and want to make sure what he knew was going, but we had talked. So it's unfortunate that Ms. Deslich would try and portray that I didn't comply, and I did. And the next thing, we had a meeting last night, and I complied. She also received that information too. And so I don't know why she stopped talking to me January 29th to discuss this issue and went radio silent on me until she wanted to reach out today. But it is just not true that I didn't comply with public engagement on this process.
Was last night's meeting, was that regarding this document?
No, sir. And that's why I hate to convolute them together. We have a meeting about the zoning issue on the March 5th docket. That public hearing meeting was last night, was regarding that.
Okay, but you did send notice out to the Little Blue Valley.
Yes, sir. And I emailed her several times too, and attached the notice to that email.
Okay. All right. Anything else from the commission? Okay, at this time we'll close testimony then and speak.
Wait, I wasn't fast enough.
Yeah.
So is that her only concern about this project is notification? She doesn't have any input on the project itself?
I haven't heard anything from her that that's it, or she hasn't conveyed to city staff that she has any issue with breaking this property up, only that she believes she wasn't notified.
So isn't this her opportunity to bring forth those issues?
I would expect that that's what she would be telling you today of why the merits of this property division would not be relevant, and I didn't hear that.
Ms. Deslick, I see you're still here.
Do I get to talk now?
Yes.
Okay.
I think Commissioner Beasley asked you a question. You have issues with the project?
Could you repeat your question, please?
So far, the only thing you've talked about is notification. Do you have any comments on the actual project?
Basically, my job as a leader of an umbrella group that represents the whole Little Blue Valley is I work with the neighborhoods. And so I find out from the neighborhood that surrounds that project how they feel about it. So I have not been sent, and I have not been sent any invitations. I have records of all my emails. The emailing stopped as if.
So can I ask you a quick question? Because we've already
Yes.
gone over that part of
Yes.
your testimony. Have you heard from any of the membership of the neighborhood? Because
I
from what
talked to-
they're telling us, he sent a mailing out to them. Have you heard from anyone?
I have spoke to one neighbor.
And what kind of input did they give you?
Oh, they basically told me that they were very concerned about the zoning being changed to 80 because there was all these different possibilities that the land could be used for daycare, all kinds of different special use type projects that could be associated with the R80. So they wanted to keep it R7.5. I found out that the applicant built a barn and picnic shelter and all these other things on his property that were without permit. So there's an issue with that, and the neighbors were very excited about the fact that there were holds on his property. They don't know exactly what he's doing. There's 2 driveways on S Road. One's going to go to some sort of, they believe, an event center. They're concerned that this gentleman is going to have events on his property. So yes, I've heard some issues.
And I guess if I could respond, there's a zoning issue that is going to be before this board next month. So I guess I would ask her again, are there any issues you have with the property division that's before the commission today? I'm not going to address any other comments you had that are just clearly misleading and not true. But the only context she's telling me is she has someone that has an issue with the zoning, which is not what is before this commission today.
So I believe I'm a bit confused because from what she's saying, it sounds like there's already structures on property. And I thought when we started off, there's no structures on this property.
Yeah, and that's why it's confusing. There on this piece of property, there is no structures at all on the 40 acres that we're talking about, the division of the property. In the back of that is where I'm building a new home, and there is a structure on that, which has nothing to do with this division of this parcel all by itself on Lee Summer Road.
Okay, that's what I thought I heard. Okay.
Yeah. No, okay. So let's close all testimony and speak amongst the commission. If there's nothing to discuss, I'll take a motion, please. I'm kind of, obviously there's 2 different projects. On this one, it's just a division of property, and I don't see an issue with that, and I'm in favor of this project.
Yeah, agreed. Chair Crowell, I move to approve docket item number 3 with conditions.
Second.
So I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 3. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hasek,
Aye.
Lynch.
Aye.
All right, looks like it's been approved 6-0 then. Thank you very much. And Good luck. I guess we'll see you back on March 5th.
Yes, sir. Thank you
for
so
your other
much.
project.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. With that, let's move on to docket item number 4.
Docket item number 4 is case CD CPC 2025-11, a request to approve amendments to Chapter 88, the Zoning and Development Code, through revisions, clarifications, and other administrative changes throughout the chapter in accordance with the Zoning and Development Code periodic review. Matt Barnes is the planner handling this case. Before Matt starts, I just want to clarify for you all, Matt's going to make a presentation, and then we would request that you continue this case to your next meeting before taking public testimony, but I'll turn things over to Matt.
Perfect, thank you. Let me share my screen here. Okay, as stated, we have docket item number 4, which is our Chapter 88 periodic review. There is 3 proposed amendments. The first one encompasses 4 different sections. This is really to synchronize the way that we do amendments in our Shoal Creek, UR, MPD, and planned districts. Currently, there is different ways for each, and most of them require notification to all members of that. So if you were to amend the Shoal Creek plan, it would require any section. If you're just amending one lot, it requires that you notify all parcels and owners within that, which is over 1,000 different owners. This just proposes to take this to what our rezoning process is. So every property within 300 feet, as well as any neighborhood associations. The second is the two unit and semi-attached houses on corner lots. Currently, the R6 district permits corners to have these 2-unit homes or duplexes. If it's in a open space or conservation development district, this proposal is to allow those in all development types, with the most common being that we usually approve as conventional. So we don't see a lot of open space or conservation districts. In this table, you can see the one is the ones the portion stating that it's allowed in open space or conservation, and we just be proposing to remove that. The last is the infill residential driveway standards. This is updating that section to rearrange where the improved alley definition is, and change the context area to the block face with the 2 closest developed properties. And so in the example below, the highlighted in yellow lot would be determined if they can have a driveway based off the 2 nearest that are highlighted in red there. This also establishes size standards for driveways and front yard pavement percentages. Currently, those are not part of infill standards. So to be in line with other infill standards, it would be a 12-foot driveway width, which is already stated as what is permitted when it's a shared driveway, but not for standalone. Just a little update on the public engagement so far. On February 13th, we hosted a town hall meeting and to gain some feedback. We had a lot of constructive feedback, and afterwards we regrouped and decided that we were going to request a continuance day at the February 19th to further review these comments by staff and maybe consider further public engagement. As you know, since this was last Thursday, since then we've had President's Day and a snow day, and we're working remotely today. So haven't had a lot of time to discuss this so far, but that's why we're requesting a continuance to March 5th, and I can take any questions.
You did not want to go through public testimony yet. You want to wait till next meeting, is correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
But if you all have any comments or questions, we would be happy to hear those.
I don't have any. I don't know if any of the other commissioners do.
I'm confused. That last example he gave on driveways, tell me in layman terms, Matt, what you talking about?
Right now, our driveway standards consider every property within 200 feet. This would reduce it to just the two nearest properties. So if your two neighbors have a driveway, you can have a driveway. From the
And if no one has a driveway and you want to be the first, can you do that?
I would have to reread over how our language is currently wrote. It depends on the percentage of developed lots in the whole context area. But if you're the first
Only based
home,
upon infill standards.
yeah.
Say
Based
that
upon
again, Tyler.
It's only based upon the infill standard, so pretty narrow scope of when this would come up.
And
Matt,
I'm
you might
thinking there's quite a few lots in the urban core that need developing, so I can see it coming up.
Well,
once folks gets funding to start doing some projects.
and if there's no homes on this and you're the first one on the block face and you are the first to develop that lot, it goes back to the conventional standards, reduced by 25%. So, and that's the same as it is currently for infill development. So it would permit a driveway if you're the first.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions?
No. We're just trying to stay up to date on stuff, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Yep.
All right, if there's no more questions from the commission, looks like we want to continue this. Is there a date for that? Is it a month from now, March 19th, or?
March 5th was our request.
Is that enough time?
Mm-hmm.
What's the docket look like already?
It's a little longer than today.
A little bit long.
I might let you get away with that, but I thought this was going to be short, and it's not.
Chair Crowell, I move to continue docket item number 4 to March 5th without fee.
Second.
So to March 4th, not
Sorry, 5th.
19th?
5th without fee.
5th, okay. All right, so I got a motion and a second for continuance of docket item number 4 to March 5th. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Nay.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hasek,
Aye.
Lynch.
Aye.
Did Horstein, did you say nay? Is that
I
what
did.
I heard?
Mhm.
Okay. All right.
I'm trying not to have us a long docket. No.
All right. Well, it looks like the motion passes anyways with
I
your
know.
one
I know.
dissent. Okay. All right. Is there anything else to come before the commission today?
That is all on staff's part.
Okay, I know we don't have anybody going to the soccer game tonight, right?
No, I don't think I'm going.
I mean, it's
Well,
going to be -1 degree. So, unless you have,
Sean.
unless you have coverall, which I do have, but I'm not. I mean,
I think we have a daredevil in our group. Okay, Sean.
All right. Well, I hope
Dress
we get to see.
appropriately. Yeah.
Yep. I hope we get to see everybody in person next meeting.
Yep.
So,
Yeah, that'll be good.
yep. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Thank you.
Okay. Bye, everybody.
Thank you all.
See you all.
See ya.
Stay warm.
Yeah.